shit. Let me just do it like this. Fuck. I'm way too early on this one. I did not mean to bring this one up so quick, but give me a minute. It's gonna be at least a couple minutes before the live start because I actually went live before I was ready. So if you folks are watching on the reruns, you're gonna be a little bit ahead of things. Let me make sure I got everything going. Uh Damn, I hate doing this when I'm not ready. Let's just go ahead and put this in here real quick. I should just restart it in a minute, but I'm gonna leave it up since some of you folks are already in. It's gonna be a minute or two before we start, so I ended up starting the live before I was ready to quote unquote start the live. Tough questions tonight, by the way. Tough questions tonight. Um, I've been hearing about black fatigue. I want to talk to you folks about that. I want to get your opinion about it. A lot of folks are saying they get black fatigue, meaning that they're growing tired of the antics coming from the African American culture, or however you want to look at it. So I do want to talk about that. We're going to talk about some predictions for the upcoming years in regards to Trump. Let me go ahead and we should be to started. I think we can go ahead and make it happen. I'll just go ahead and start since you guys are already here on YouTube. We'll start TikTok momentarily. I do apologize for any of you folks that are watching this earlier than you should be because I started it when I shouldn't have. So it is what it is. All right. So if I can get my screenshots, damn, I hate being unprepared, but we are today. So nevertheless, we're going to be talking about, I'm asking the phrase, what does MAGA mean to you? What does America first mean to you? This is obviously something you're hearing all over the damn place now with President Trump being our commander in chief. So I want to ask you folks right off the bat, what does MAGA mean to you? Be it somebody talking about MAGA and of course America First. America First is America First has been around. That's something that has been used before, I believe, by Ronald Reagan. So Trump is not the first to use America First. By the way, no, wait a minute. He's not the first to use Make America Great Again. That's what was used. No, I take that back. Make America Great Again was used by Ronald Reagan, if I'm correct. America First was used, and I see somebody says means white supremacist to me. Really? You believe that which one? Make America Great Again or America First? Because someone is in the comments suggesting that one of those phrases, if not both, has some kind of connotation of white supremacy. So I'd be curious to know which one are you saying means something like that. Wow. And I would absolutely like to know why are you saying that? Is there any precedent where hate groups were using that? I'd like to know. Somebody educate me on that because I didn't know that. That's something different. But Jesse Smollett in the chat, hey there. You should not be walking around outside at 3 in the morning on the MAGA side of Chicago, if there is such a thing. Jesse Smollett claiming that some individuals outside at 3 o'clock in the morning on a cold winter's day wearing MAGA hats tried to hang the guy. Crazy shit. I can't believe he actually thought people would buy that, but that's that's neither here nor there. So asking that question, what does MAGA mean to you? And of course, what also does Make America Great Again as well? What does that mean to you? Now, also, I want to talk to you folks. This one I mentioned when we were when I was just queuing up with my YouTube folks. Man, I hate to even go into this one, but folks have been complaining about black fatigue. Now, I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know. What are you tired of black people? That's what it kind of sounds like. I want to ask you folks 4 questions. I actually wrote these down, and it was hard to even write them down, but I'm going to ask because I'm hearing this all over the place. You know, I go in MAGA lives, I go in lives with people that have opposing politics to my own. You know, they have a difference of opinion than yours truly. And the antics of the African American community are often mentioned. And some folks are now summing it up by referring to it as black fatigue. So when you're talking about antics, this is what we're going to talk about. When you're talking about antics, I'm asking the question: why do so many people view blacks as violent? Now, you're going to be allowed to fill in the blanks without censorship in regards to how you feel about that. Not here to try to tell you what to think or how to think or what to say. So you'll be able to state your case on that. Why do you think so many people view the black community as violent? Why do you think so many people view black people as lazy? That's another one. That's another one. A lot of folks view the black community, they view black people in general as a lazy population, as a lazy culture, not willing to go out and work and earn their way through life. Lazy. Also irresponsible, and last but not least, which pains me to say even more, ignorant. Now, when I say irresponsible, I mean, you know, fatherlessness, not obeying the laws, you know, not complying with police. We can talk about refusing to assimilate in ways, you know, whether it's the language you speak, the way you dress. These are things people are saying. I'm not here to pretend for one bit that I agree with all of this stuff. But I'm hearing it, so I want to hear from you folks. Why do you believe people believe this stuff? There's a whole lot of people that believe blacks are violent, lazy, irresponsible, and ignorant. You hear this often. And you're absolutely seeing it in regards to YouTube and videos posted online. You see somebody online that's not listening to the cops or complying with the cops. Look in the comment section. You're going to see people saying exactly what I'm just stating here. You see black people online even dancing to hip hop music and shit like that. There's a video that was floating around of some, I think either high school or college graduates. So they just got an education, but they were dancing in their cap and gown. And people were calling that ghetto. The comment section once again sounded exactly like what I'm talking about now. So why do so many people view the black community as lazy, ignorant, irresponsible, violent? I want to hear from you folks as well. Now, I'm also going to do an open forum live. I do want to hear you. Now, if you guys ever want to ask a question to yours truly in regards to how I feel about certain aspects of our culture or aspects of our politics, I'm willing to take the tough questions just to open up the forum to folks who maybe it's a topic I haven't discussed and you're wondering, why the hell won't you discuss that? You never talk about Hillary Clinton. You never talk about Joe Biden. Today's the day you can ask that question. If it's something you feel I haven't covered and you would like to at least know my opinion on it, you can ask, state it how you want. You can tackle the response any way you want, up to and including criticizing the hell out of it, because we don't block, ban, or censor. But we're going to have an open forum on that as well. And last but not least, I want to ask you folks something. Now, you know the president, you know, generally the inaugurations are always in January every 4 years. Simple question. Simple question. What do you predict America, or how do you predict America will be in January 2029? What changes, improvements, degradation? How do you forecast America existing January of 2029? That's the next presidential inauguration. So that means that'll be the end of Trump's current, I'm going to put that in air quotes, that'll be the end of Trump's current term. You know why I'm doing that. So we're going to ask all of these questions. Nevertheless, feel free to tap the screen. You know how the program is ran. We talk about it every night. We don't block, ban, or censor. We are indeed MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. Always will be that way. We're all about free speech without censorship here. Keep in mind, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So if you favor that type of open program, you're in the right place. Feel free to follow us if you're watching on TikTok, or tonight we're on Instagram. All the same name across all platforms. The Handsome Liberal on every platform. Clapper, Instagram. We are on Rumble and X. Haven't went live yet, but we're on those platforms as well. But tonight we're going to be live on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. And if you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. By the way, smash that like button. So, going straight to the comment section, you're watching too much Fox News. Shaking my hey, listen, because I'm asking these questions. He said that someone has said all praises to you. I'm about to say all praises to Allah, but all praises to you, saying you're watching too much Fox News. I 100% understand the sentiment, but fact is, there's a lot of this shit on social media. Yes, Fox News is very critical of the black community. I'm not going to pretend like that's otherwise. You're 100% correct. But social media is doing this. You can watch any type of video featuring an African American not complying with police, somebody wearing their pants around their ass, somebody just simply talking shit online, some of these brawls like you're seeing in Cincinnati. All of that shit garners the type of comments I'm talking about right now. You don't have to see it on Fox News. There's plenty of it all over social media. And by the way, X and Truth Social is way more busier than Fox News could ever dream of being. But of course, Fox News has a ton of their clips on YouTube as well. So it's all over the place. It's not just Fox News, it's literally all over the place. So looking in the comments, black fatigue is black people who are tired of having to deal with racism and fight for existence just to have peace. Wow. That's not what I've known black fatigue to be. He says black fatigue is black people who are tired of having to deal with racism and fight for existence just to have peace. Wow. That's deep. That's deep. That's not the way I normally have heard it, but okay, I'm learning. My boy looks like Lexington Steele. Listen, I definitely do not have the physique of Lexington Steele. Even when I was bench pressing damn near 400 pounds, I didn't look like Lex. But shout out to Lex. I'm a fan of his work. Shout out to Lexington Steele. If you know, you know. It's funny though. It's a distraction from the genocide. Ooh. Problem is, we're actually funding that shit in Israel. I think I read a report that says 70% of the Israelis' war machine is paid for by us. It's not a loan. We're literally giving them money to do that. We're giving them money to do what they're doing in Gaza. So go figure. All right, looking in the box, we'll go ahead and start the program off. Black fatigue, America first, MAGA, hell of a lot of terms. Lewis, good evening. Welcome to the program, Lewis. We'll start out with hey, good evening to you. So what does MAGA mean to you?
What is what?
MAGA, M-A-G-A, Make America Great Again.
What it means to me is the Confederacy. That's what it means to me. I think that is the exact same thing.
So
I know everybody says it's not, but I'm telling you something.
Go ahead.
That's what it means. They just don't want to say it.
Okay, then.
There's nothing but the.
When you say the Confederacy, I want you to give me elaborate on that. What do you say? Slavery?
No, not slavery. Not no specific thing like that. It's just that they want to be as segregated as they possibly can and have the power of white supremacy. That's what it's all about. That's why they go for that. I mean, that's how they look at Trump, as he's going to make them great again, not so much make America great again, because this is not anything doing to make America great. There's no way you can even possibly see that.
So then I'm going to give you the quick follow-up. If based on what you're saying, if what you're saying is true, how do you foresee America in 3.5 years, January 2029, Trump's last day in office? What do you think America will be like then, based on what you're saying now, which is somewhat concerning or frightening almost?
Tim, I can tell you this right here, right now, that I don't see, this is what I think, I don't see America being able to go 4 years without a national disaster or a real serious conflict happening somewhere in the world that we have to get involved in. And his response to that is going to dictate what kind of shape we're going to be in January of 2028, 2029.
Well, now the second question I've been asking, I haven't asked you yet, is what does America first mean? According to Trump, he's going to get us out of overseas conflicts and things like that. So if there's a natural disaster or something overseas, Trump ran on a campaign of I'm not going to get involved in it. We're going to leave that to other people. We're going to stop getting involved in other people's messes.
Hey, Tim, what I want you to do is I want your next guest that you bring up, that's MAGA, your favorite, so you say.
Preferred guest, yes.
The next one that comes up, I want you to ask them, if Jesus is my next guest, what do you think he would say with what's going on in America right now?
If Jesus was the next guest, what on the air?
Just tell him, say, hey, Jesus is my next guest. What do you think he's going to say about the shape America is in right now?
Shit, I don't think
when he comes up.
I don't think. I mean, listen, we're a capitalist country, Lewis. I don't think there's any point in our 250 plus year history that Jesus would have been happy with what we're doing. I just don't. I mean, capitalism is me.
But this is the thing, Tim. Is I bet you they're going to say something different.
Oh, 100%. Hell yeah, 100%.
But it's obvious they be lying. And I think obviously when they hear themselves, maybe they'll have a revelation. That's all I'm saying.
Ooh.
Because Tim, I'm not a Christian. I do believe in God. I'm spiritual.
Okay.
I don't follow.
I'm kind of the same. I'm wavering, but I'm kind of in the same boat you are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just can't believe that somebody stayed in the belly of a whale. And
the stories are problematic too.
And not only that, Tim, just think about this. Why, when the preacher needs a new car or a new house, he asks you for money? But as soon as you go to them and ask them for money, they tell you to pray about it.
Yeah. Yeah, something, we covered that on last night's show, and I even stated in is that I don't understand, particularly African Americans in particular. I don't see why they are Christians. I mean, that religion was forced upon the African American community when we were forcibly brought here. Like, why would you take upon the religion of your captors? You know they don't have your best interest at heart. I don't understand why once African Americans gained freedom, they didn't drop the Christian religion altogether. It makes no sense to me.
Right. Absolutely. And Tim, I tell you, like I said, 2,000 years from now, when I ain't gonna say not even 2,000 years from now, but years from now, when somebody digs up a Bible, they gonna think they found the old comic book. That's really what it's gonna boil down to.
Damn, you really. Well, let me just say this. Despite my own wavering religion, I mean, there is things in the Bible that are. Don't get me
wrong, Tim. Let me stop you right there before you start.
Sure.
I think that if the Bible can make people be good and kind to others, it serves its purpose. That's the only purpose that it needs to have, is just that it makes other people be good and kind to others.
The problem is
it doesn't need to serve. It doesn't need to serve to make you believe in God. It doesn't mean to make you believe in a creator. It's just to make you be kind to others. And if it does that, then it's worth its weight in gold.
But the unfortunate problem is there is no evidence that has ever happened. When you look at the way this country has evolved, the further back in our history you go, the more religious we were, the closer to God this country as a whole was, and the worse it was in terms of inhumane acts.
Absolutely.
So reading the Bible, in fact, we have started beginning as a country to stray away from Christianity, and more people are free. More people have gotten free doing that.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Look, the farther we get away, this country definitely is becoming less of a Christian nation. Not that I think it ever was, because when I look at it from the standpoint that you go out and you get somebody a necklace on Saturday night and then go to church on Sunday, you know what I'm saying?
A pearl necklace.
You know what I'm saying?
I've never. Oh my God.
Hey Tim, but I can remember leaving the club I can remember leaving the club and going to church too. About 4 hours after that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, it does. It's all in how you look at it. But my heart was good. I just put it. My heart was in the right place. I put it down.
Yeah. Well, to,
But
to me, like I said, the way we're like, obviously what we were doing in the past with Native Americans, women, African Americans, you name it. But even now, look, I get that you have to have laws, but the way we're treating immigrants, the illegal immigrants, the ones that don't have a legal right to be here, the way we're
right,
actually treating them, I cannot imagine any deity, any deity, any God saying that, yeah, that's okay to do that. I mean, like at the
right,
end of the day, coming in the country illegally, we are a nation of laws, but we all
right.
are judged when we go to court or whatever. Everybody don't get the same sentence. Some people say, some cases, look, since you got charged with this, you've been a good person, you've been an upstanding citizen. We'll waive it, or we'll do this, we'll give you a small fine. We're treating all of them like they're hardened criminals.
Right, exactly. And that's where the problem. Everybody says that Trump's doing exactly what he said. No, he didn't. If he'd have said he was going to just arrest every brown person he
Right.
sees on the streets and going to go into schools. I mean, these people right now are getting their kids clothes to them. They're scared for their kids to go back to school.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one way beyond, because I mean he obviously won the Hispanic male vote. There's no way they voted for him expecting him to do what he's doing now.
No way. No way.
Yeah.
A lot of them have seen their parents get drug off to some place that they don't know God's where they're at. So there's no way that anybody voted for that. Nobody anticipated him doing this. He said he was going to arrest the criminals and get them off the streets. And not even myself was against that. I couldn't be against that.
Yeah. What I
And
think Trump did, now the liberals have done the same shit. What I think Trump did is he used extreme cases to get folks to
Right,
side with him to do so that he could do things that were nowhere near the extreme. It's kind of like the folks who are pro-choice and they want to legalize abortion. So they start talking about women that are raped or women that are going to die. They use these extreme
right.
examples to legalize abortion when in reality it's just a lot of women that don't want the kid after a bad night with the wrong
Absolutely,
dude.
absolutely. And it's more of that than anything else.
Right. And that's what Trump did. Trump used rapists and murderers as an extreme example to get everybody to agree with his deportation policies. When in reality,
the left does the same thing.
right,
Tim, you think
right.
for 1 second that if they ban assault style weapons, that they ain't coming after your 9mm too down the
That's
road?
a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. And I've said that before quite a while ago, but I did say that if they ban, the left says we're not trying to take away all guns, just a military. Yeah, if you take away the AR-15 or an M4 or something like that, and you can show a reduction in deaths from people being killed with those weapons, well, the next result is let's go after the next gun. We're saving lives.
Well, Tim, I have a lot of weapons. I'm a retired military. I love shooting and I hunt. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is like it's here. Tim, if I get an extended clip on my 9 on my Glock, I can do just as much damage as I can on my AR.
Well, what about the accuracy though?
Inside of school, inside a building.
Yeah, yeah.
How much accuracy do I'm not shooting nobody from around the corner. I'm shooting you from like right in front of me.
Right. I get your point. I mean, I am a CCW person, but after living in countries where they don't have as much gun freedom as we do here, and it just feels like when I lived in Australia and even in New Zealand, there is nowhere in that country where I felt even somewhat uncomfortable walking down the street. There are plenty of places in America where I feel like I need to have a gun just to walk in that neighborhood, whether it's from other black folks or whether it's from the cops. I mean, so
and not only that, Tim. You say you're from the Chicago area, right?
Yeah.
By the time a cop actually get to you on the north side of Chicago, from where that precinct is located at, if you don't have something in your house to protect yourself, your whole family could be unalive.
But it would be fine if we only was, because that's, like I said, using extreme examples to get everybody to work with you. If all of the citizens carried firearms just in their houses, I don't think you'd have the uproar. The fact is, a lot of people are carrying them in road rage incidents. They're going into bars with them. It's not people carrying firearms in their houses that are using them irresponsible. It's mostly people carrying them in public.
Well, and you're right, and that's why I say when people say that if they just make it where everybody can carry one, it'd be like the Wild Wild West.
Right.
It would be crazy.
So you agree then that an armed society is not a polite society?
It's not, and it's definitely not a safer society.
Right.
It's definitely just because you got to figure. Let me tell you something. To you. I trained police officers for a while, and I'm gonna tell you something. The problem with police officers is that with in the inner city, and I can only speak in the cities. The young white cops that actually go off to the academy and get graduated, when they're on their patrols for the first patrol, they're riding around and they're hollering at the kids, "Get off the sidewalk, pull your pants up, your hair's too long."
Your hair is too long? Really?
Oh yeah, they especially if they see a brother with a big afro or something. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Or I can't see your face and all kind of crazy stuff. And they don't just do it to the black kids; they do it to the white kids too.
So that's just fucking with people.
But what they don't understand, though, is when those kids grow up, they grow up disliking cops.
Yeah.
And now those kids are the thugs. And then those same cops, when they ride by the real thugs, they don't even look over at them.
Why is that?
Because them real thugs ain't scared of them. And they show them their guns because a lot of them can legally carry too.
Never saw it that way. Never saw it. To me, I think when it comes to the problem I see in regards to a police conversation is they're trained based on an us versus them mentality. They're trained how to shoot targets and things like that. They don't get a lot of training in de-escalation. A lot of these cases, a lot of this shit would not happen if I get pulled over and I start talking shit to the cop. Most cops will escalate it above me and ultimately take me into custody or whatever. Yeah. As opposed to saying, look, if he ain't doing nothing wrong, let him talk shit. Talking shit ain't illegal. I mean, you don't have to.
I'll take it to another level. They get zero cultural diversity training.
Yeah.
That's where the biggest problem come in at, is that the cultural diversity problem. See, it's not unusual for a young black guy to call a white cop a nigger. But as soon as a young black kid call anybody that's white a nigger, they all of a sudden want to jack that kid up and throw him in the backseat of their car. You follow what I'm saying? But that's just the way that kid talks. You follow what I'm saying?
I don't like the use of the word, and try to avoid it on here because TikTok will censor you for it. But
yeah, you're right.
I don't like even as a black man, I don't use the word really at all. I think it's kind of insane.
I taught all my kids to never use that word.
Yeah, I think it's insane for African Americans to think that they have proprietary use over a word. I get that it has a history to it, a connotation, but if you don't want the word used, damn it, don't use it either. You can't make music and shit that white people are purchasing and shit and telling them, well, you can't use a word that's on there. I mean, that makes no sense at all. If you don't want the word used, don't use it either. I mean, I don't understand that.
Absolutely. My son, 31 years old, like I said, my son's actually in the politics. He works in the government in Maryland. And I can honestly tell you, he uses that word, and it pisses me off when I hear him using it. I'm saying that word is like the problem with you young guys. You guys will say that you don't want, it's okay if you use it because you put a "the" on the end of it. Yeah. But then soon as one of the YT people use it, all of a sudden now you got a problem with it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I don't like that. Like I said, if you are selling your music to a white audience and you feature that word in there, how the hell you gonna sell them music and tell them they can't sing the lyrics that you put in the song you sold them to? I mean, it just I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Every other word, every other word they're supposed to go beep. Yeah. Beep.
I remember one time being on a public train in Chicago headed into work, and it was me and maybe 2 or 3 other black guys, and the train was packed, mostly all white people. Some dudes, one of the black guys' phone goes off, and it's that jigga jigga ask about me, jigga ask, it said. I'm looking around like, come on now. I mean, that was his ringtone. Ask about me, jigga. Ask about. I'm like, come on.
And
now.
it just embarrassed all the old heads, right?
Yeah, I felt really embarrassed to see that, but
yeah,
that's the younger community, and they still have that mindset. I can say the word, but this person cannot, and yeah, I'm no fan of that. I don't agree with it whatsoever. So you do see. Go ahead.
I can't wait to your topics, but I definitely want you to just ask them, what do they think? No, don't just ask one of them that says he's a Christian.
I think almost all MAGA, with the exception of Trump, because Trump has admitted he's not a Christian on video. I think all MAGA other than Trump are Christians. So
yeah, I think
he's about the only one that said he wasn't Christian.
I I think in that category, he kind of, you know what, but I give him props for being honest about that, though.
No, don't give him props. Give him in more recent time. He is now stating he is Christian. So don't
Oh
even
my God,
give
he
him
lied
props
again.
about it.
Now you don't flip flop.
Yeah.
Now you don't flip flop.
Yeah, there's video of
I
him
mean,
saying he's never asked God for forgiveness. He just fixes it himself. Even when he was talking about voting for me and you won't have to vote ever again, he said, Christians, he said, I'm not one of you. I mean, yeah, he said both. He's claimed to be Christian and he's clearly said he's not Christian in a span of a few months, I think it is. So, but that's true.
Tim, I
That's
grew up
true.
having to go to church. I grew up having to go to. You can miss school all week with the measles, the mumps, or chicken pox, but come Sunday, your ass was in church, and you were in church from 10 o'clock in the morning, Sunday school, to 2 o'clock in the evening. You know what I'm saying? That was every Sunday.
That's how I live. I lived that way as a kid, not to mention vocation Bible school all throughout the summertime. Lewis, I got to move it on. Yeah. Good talk, by the way, man. Remember to ask that question. So let me make sure I get the phrasing right. If Jesus,
go for it.
Okay, if Jesus were the next guest, how do you think he would view America?
How do you think he would answer that question on how America's doing?
All right, I'll see if I can pass that one on. We'll ask someone and see what they have to say.
And that includes Ukraine, that includes Pakistan, that includes all of those things. How is America looking to the rest of the world? What would Jesus say? That's pretty much all you got to say.
All right.
What would Jesus say?
Fair enough. And I don't think it's our responsibility, but fair enough. Lewis, thank you for coming through.
Yeah. But you know what, Tim, me being a soldier, I think the world is our responsibility because we are the big dogs. There's only one reason. There's only one. As a soldier yourself, and I've not served in the military, but I will tell you this, and I don't mean this with anything but the utmost respect. The only reason we are the world leader is because of folks like you being exploited. You've been sent to other countries to limit the rights and freedoms of other people. We wouldn't be the world superpower if we didn't use the military for the last 70 years to limit the freedoms and powers of other countries. So we're not the superpower by anything. We've done fantastic. We've literally oppressed other countries so that they don't have any other choice but to take a backseat to us. We've given the rest of the world promises. We've given the rest of the world's promises.
Yeah.
You be our friend, we'll take care of you. End of story.
Yeah, and in some cases, we've actually removed power, like Iran, for instance, recently. You're talking about stopping the spread of communism in Vietnam. A lot of those wars, I mean, we saw what we did to Saddam Hussein in Iran. A lot of those wars was just to limit the power of other people, telling them they should be.
We shouldn't have. I was in Iraq, but and I feel like that was a big mistake. That's all I got to say. That was a big mistake.
Trump says it's the dumbest mistake in U.S. history. Lewis, thanks for coming through.
Yep.
All right. Moving on with the program, by the way, tap the screen to get us on up to 15,000. There's enough for you folks in here. Tap the screen. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Get the likes on up to 15,000. We'll take the next caller. T2, thank you for the support. Says, you all crying about Trump and tariffs. Well, my Wall Street stocks doubled. Damn. I can know what you're investing in. My Wall Street stocks doubled. Apparently, Trump is smarter than the average American. His IQ is 160. Look, the guy's a billionaire, but he did get a hell of a head start. You hear the guy often say, I started out with $1 million loan from my dad and turned it into an empire, as if everybody had access to a dad that could loan him $1 million. But in regards to him having 160 IQ, I haven't heard that. What is that based on? Now, did Trump tell you his IQ was 160? I'd have to hear. I'm not doubting what you're saying, but I have not heard that. And I see your correction, Ms. Mobetta, $400 million from his dad. Yeah, maybe he got $1 million loan from his dad, but obviously when Fred Trump died, he left him a ton of inheritance as well. So, Trump has a ton of money. He's had a lot of successful businesses over the years, a few bankruptcies. But he did have a head start that none of us could ever dream of. I mean, it's not like, what does Drake say? Started from the bottom, now I'm here. He never started from the bottom. He started from the top and climbed up from there. So, I mean, he was born in the 1%. So he did have a hell of a silver spoon in his mouth at birth. But 160 IQ, T2. Now, in regards to you saying your Wall Street stocks doubled, and you're talking about everybody that's crying about Trump and the tariffs. Well, you sound like you might already be a man of means. And fact is, a lot of what Trump is doing, if you are perhaps a man of means, it is aimed at you. I mean, after a certain tax bracket, a lot of things that Trump is doing are actually beneficial for you. But the girl working at Dollar Tree as a assistant manager, it ain't meant for her. It's meant for people who are already doing well. It's meant to help them do even better. So a lot of that may have something to do with it. But anyway, regards to what you're talking about in the comments, and we'll take the next caller soon. Tap the screen, get us on up to 20,000 likes. King Finn, I do see you in the comments asking what are the topics tonight. As you see on the screen, I'm asking, what does make America great again mean to you? When you hear that phrase, what does it mean to you? What does make America great again mean to you? I'm also going to ask the same thing. I don't know why I'm got Abrego Garcia up there, but I'm also going to ask the same thing about the phrase America first. Because you hear make America great again, but it's often in conjunction with America first. What does that also mean to you? What does the phrase America first mean? I'd be curious to know that one for certain. Both of those phrases have been used before Trump. So Trump is not the originator of either phrase. Make America great again, I believe, was used by Ronald Reagan. And America first probably has even more sinister ties to it, if you ask me. But they've both been used before. What do they mean to you, though, in modern times? Now, we got more than one topic, as always. I'm asking, and the second topic is kind of mild. How do you predict America will be in January of 2029? That's the last month of Trump's term. What do you think How do you think America will have evolved, devolved, progressed, regress? What do you think America will be like in January 2029? We're talking about that. Last but not least, this one, I mentioned it at the beginning of the live. I don't really like the terminology of it, but you're hearing people talking about it. Black fatigue. You've undoubtedly heard about black fatigue. It's all over social media. It's in the comment section on YouTube videos, Facebook videos, Instagram videos. Anytime you see a black person acting a fool, not complying with police, talking shit, wearing their pants around their ass, not speaking proper English, you see phrases referencing black fatigue. However, I'm going to actually ask questions around this. And the questions being, why do so many people view blacks as violent, lazy, ignorant, and irresponsible? So when I say violent, obviously black on black crime and things like that, a lot of people view blacks as a violent culture. When I say lazy, a lot of folks believe that blacks are not willing. Buckeye, yeah! Good to see you, Buckeye. Thank you. A lot of folks believe that the African American culture is lazy. They're not willing to put in an honest day's work. They would rather live off the system. Why do so many people believe that? We're going to talk about that. Also, irresponsible. We're talking about everything from not paying your bills to being running off and leaving your children behind. A lot of fatherlessness. They bring that up. Irresponsible. And of course, ignorant. Just not following the laws, not assimilating properly, just not speaking the language right, ignorant. So a lot of folks believe that. So we're going to talk about black fatigue and your opinion on why do you believe so many folks in this country believe that the black community is violent, lazy, ignorant, and irresponsible. And then last but not least, we're having an open forum where I'm allowing you folks to ask any question you want to yours truly in regards to current topics or even topics you may feel I should have covered. Maybe you think you're only covering shit regarding Trump. What about Hillary Clinton? What about Joe Biden? Let me ask you this. What did you think when Biden did that? Or what did you think when Obama did that? Today's your day to get your question asked. If it's a topic I haven't covered that you think I should have, or that you think I'm being biased, today you can ask that question. Don't worry about being blocked, banned, or censored. We don't do that shit. So if you're critical or even complimentary, we'll take it all. We let you speak here. And if you enjoy that type of a program, follow if you're watching on Instagram or TikTok. Give your boy a sub if you happen to be watching on YouTube. Mr. Mobetta says, let's be real. It's mostly white people and self-hating blacks that think that. Yeah. Overwhelmingly, most of the people that have black fatigue are not black. I do agree with that. But there are plenty that are black that are saying it. Usually, the African Americans that say they have black fatigue are going to say they don't have a problem with blacks. They don't like the N words. That's how they put it. But I'm going to ask you folks, why do you think the culture is like that? Why do you think people believe the culture is like that? Tap the screen, get us up to 20,000. We'll take the next caller. Tim, rap music a positive or negative for the black culture? Both. It is both. On Eon Times, I think you're asking me is rap music positive or negative for the black culture? Steve Harvey, we're all aware of who Steve Harvey is. Family Feud, stand-up comedian, one of the more successful stand-up comedians back in the day. TV programs, you name it. He stated that hip hop has put more money in the black community than any other facet of life. Academics, athletics, music, nothing. I mean, well, music, I guess R&B or something. But point is, because anybody can fucking rap. It's a very easy. You don't need a special voice. A little bit of talent. You need to be able to make your words rhyme and relate to an audience. But fact is, there's a whole lot of millionaires that have been produced from the hip hop industry, particularly now that the African American community are smart enough to control their own product. Used to be, a bunch of white guys or whatever, some would say Jewish guys or whatever, that would control the record label, and these guys would be putting out hits and making no money at all. But now that the black community is producing and directing their own videos and shit like that, there's a lot of money. So you say, has it been good or bad for the black community? There is obviously negatives in regards to, let's say, drill rap, where people are actually making music about actual murders and crimes they committed. It's probably more negative because there's just simply the numbers. But there's a ton of positive to it as well. There's a lot of folks that have established generational wealth. You got folks like Dr. Dre. You got folks like Jay-Z that are now, billionaires that started out in hip hop. I'm assuming Ice Cube is probably well up there maybe not a billionaire, but he's probably way the hell up there. So, there is a whole lot of money that started with rap music. Ice-T has been on Law and Order for how many decades? Well, it spawned from him being a rapper. LL Cool J has a very successful television career, spawned from him being a rapper. Will Smith is worth a ton of money. Be worth a lot more had he not slapped Chris Rock, but fact is his career started from rapping. So it's some good and bad. Great question, by the way. Why are half of you even here? No one in this chat will likely change their mind significantly unless they have some personal experience or event that forces them. They don't have to be here to get all that. I don't know where you're going with that. If you don't like rap, yell your white, wait a minute. If you don't like rap, yell your white children to stop buying the music and going to the concerts. Yeah, no shit. There's a whole lot of supporters of rap music that are white. In fact, I'll give you an example. Me personally, I went to see Nelly perform. He's still, some of these older guys from the 90s and shit, they got a huge catalog of music. They still perform. Nelly, I went to see him about a month, 3 weeks or a month ago. Shit, I was outnumbered in terms of black people, 500 to 1. And I was it was like at a state fair, so there was other people. But it was tens of thousands of people that paid to see him, 50 some odd dollars the ticket. And I was outnumbered like 500 to 1. There is a lot of white people that like rap. There's a lot of white people that like rap music. So that is a point well taken. Linda says, I don't listen to rap anymore. All right, well, listen, rap music is tailored to a younger audience. I don't know how old you are, but my guess is most people that are between 15 and 30 listen to a little bit of rap. Real quick, at least a little bit of rap. They switched lanes, says Ms. Mo, but I don't get what you mean by that. Black folks have been dealing with white fatigue for hundreds of years. Let me go back to the box. Are we at 20,000? Tap the damn screen. Get the lights on up. Going back to the box. Mr. Mobetta, black fatigue, ignorant, lazy, violent. What say you?
It's amazing how they start some things, create these things, and then turn it around as if they're the problem. Now, I said that to say, no, we to come up with stuff like this, we got to go back.
Okay.
Let's go. We have to go back in history and in times. Y'all might hear my grandson in the background.
Don't worry about it. Keep going.
Go back in the time to why black people act or react the way we do things.
Okay.
Now, like you said, like Dr. King used to say, you wanted us, the black people, to pull themselves up out of their bootstraps, but we didn't have any boots.
All right, but
you brought us over here. You stripped us of language. You forced your religion on us, and you did some unspeakable acts to us. And then you expect us to get into society once we were so-called free and to behave like good boys and girls.
Okay.
So if you plant a bad seed, you're going to get bad fruit.
But wait a minute, are you tying stuff like black on black crime and fatherlessness in the black community? Are you tying that to oppression from the white man?
That absolutely, that comes from that.
How does that work? Explain.
You got to go back to, they used to have black men and stuff, and it's a part of buck breaking also. They would make them fight for their positions. They would put them in front of their company, have the black men fighting for their positions to stay alive. They would make them fight to the death.
What is this, Gladiator?
That was not just in the movies, Tim. This stuff actually happened.
Yeah, but wait, Miss Mobetta, that we're talking about black fatigue in 2025. Nobody's fighting violently for a job anymore.
No, that's true. But again, it's learned behavior that they never learned to get. It's learned behavior that they never got away from. It just carried on from generation to generation with certain people. Not all of us act that way. They just put that. We have a lot of successful black doctors, black lawyers, black teachers. We have so many successful black inventors that the white people today are actually enjoying the fruits of the black inventors.
How do you now, like Maddie in the comments says, LOL, we didn't start nothing. You're just mad you have to go to work every day. I mean, because there's a lot of folks who say, go ahead.
That's bullshit. We like to work because y'all used to keep it from us. Y'all used to make us work for free. I like to work to be able to earn my own money. So stuff like that. That's the denial that they're in. Of course, they won't admit to what they've done.
I don't think that.
You think they don't want
CRT? I don't think that grandbaby agrees with you. You sound like you're oppressing that kid there. That kid sounds oppressed.
Because y'all got my time right now. He wants my time. Every time you get on the phone and he like, you got to talk to only me. Okay. So that's why you don't think they want the history taught. Because again, a lot of the stuff that they're claiming to be that's happening now, how people are acting now, is because this is how you taught us to be. That's why so many black people are heavy into religion and stuff like that, because that was forced. And like you said, why follow their religion? Because we really didn't know anything else. What else did we know?
But you really think the black on black crime that takes place in our community, you think that that's coming from the white man teaching us to do that to each other?
Yeah, pretty much. Now, is it happening now because of them? No. It's happening now because that's who's in the same area. It's going to be black on black crime if you're in a predominantly black area. Yeah, so that's why they keep saying, white on white crime happens also. That's just not highlighted. You understand what I'm saying? So they'll take one instance with a black on black crime and act like that's what's happening all over the world. Oh, see how they act? No, let's show us how you act.
Well, speaking of how a person acts, let me give you this is an uncensored comment. I'll let you tackle it as you may, but I believe in zero censorship. In the comments, Michelle says, We didn't teach 40-year-old black women to come in a Bath and Body Works and steal 53 wick candles at a time, damn, and make 19-year-old black girls feel unsafe. How do you respond to something like that?
So I guess white women don't steal. Listen, if you're gonna do that, you're gonna have to go case by case because all black people don't steal. But you do some of them steal? Yes. Yeah. Some black people steal, but so do some white people.
True.
So let's stop acting like we are the only ones that are doing stuff like that. I was just watching a video today where the lady had a total crash out when she got caught stealing in Walmart. Guess what? It was a white woman. And then she started yelling, "Oh, my son is at the courthouse. I've never done anything before." They play the Karen role. So let's and see. And if they really want to get into the hysterics and shit, white privilege is real when it comes to certain things. You can go look at the books of the court cases of people that have been arrested for rape, arrested for stealing, arrested for unaliving people and stuff. You can check the books. White privilege is real.
But do you believe whites are privileged if they're like you mentioned the shoplifting thing? Do you think that she got treated better than an African American in the same circumstance?
No, that one instance, no. They arrested her like they would do a black person.
Right.
But my point is, don't act like white people are not doing it. Don't speak as if it's just the black community that is out here stealing. When most of the time, a lot of the black communities are of a lesser economic demographics. So we got to stop pretending how this stuff's acting like this. They weren't the cause of how a lot of this stuff started, and it just carried over.
What about
how they trying to gerrymander and do all kinds of stuff now because of stuff like that? Like, come on, that stuff. Is there.
Well, let's be clear.
All kind of stuff.
Well, let's be clear. Even though I'm no fan of gerrymandering twice in a 3-year span, the Democrats have gerrymandered states as well. Not to the point where, like, with Trump.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead.
It's legal to be done every 10 years when the census is out. And see, this is the part that they're missing. You're trying to hold the special elections to have it done now. Why? If you don't see it as cheating, why do you feel the need to have to do it before the time is allotted?
Yeah, and I see in the comments, Leroy Marston says Texas is not doing anything different. That's actually not true. They just redistricted in 2021. So for them to be doing it again in only 4 years, I don't know anywhere that's done it that quickly. So, look.
Right, and why? Why do you feel the need to have to do that so fast? I'm sorry, I scared him. I didn't know if he was going to sleep. But I'm going to go now because let me take care of him.
All right, you do that. You stop oppressing my little baby. All right, I'm moving on. And by the way, yeah, that's what I was saying is that and thank you, Mr. Mobetta, the census is normally every 10 years. So what they're doing in Texas, Democrats absolutely gerrymander districts. There's no denying that. But to do it twice in only a span of 4 years, I don't know of any example where Democrats have done that. And that's where I think the folks that are defending Trump is leaving out. When they say, well, Democrats do it too. They don't do it like that. I don't even know if any other Republicans did it like that. And not to mention, you hear Trump making it clear that it's done by him wanting 5 more seats. They're not doing it for any other reason. He's not saying, well, listen, there's a lot of districts that are no longer being properly represented by the proper representatives because so many people moved out of an area. Let's take something like, since we're talking about black fatigue, there is a phrase called white flight. I think we've all heard of it. A lot of times black people move into an area and whites move out, causing the property taxes to go down and things like that. We're not here to talk about white flight, but we're here to talk about it in conjunction with maybe redistricting. So all of a sudden, if you got a neighborhood that's loaded with, let's say, black people, chances are they're going to have a black politician. Or better yet, if you got a neighborhood that's loaded with white people, chances are the politician is going to be white as well. Few black people move in the neighborhood, all of a sudden whites start moving out of the neighborhood. Now that particular politician may not represent the current interests of the people that are there. So every 10 years, they move around with the census to make adjustments based on people moving here and moving there. Like California is losing a lot of people. That's going to lead to things changing. People move around. But it's every 10 years, not every four. And that's where Trump looks different than most other people that have done it, liberals and conservatives in the past, is that it ain't got nothing to do with people moving that quick. It's simply because I think if I do this, I can get 5 more seats. It's solely done to rig the elections in Texas. It's done to guarantee you'll win extra seats in Texas, regardless of how the people vote in that state. You're doing something that is going to give you victories, regardless of how they vote. That's rigging, where the votes for those people have minimal effect now because of what you did. So you've kind of taken the power away from the people when it comes to voting and put it into a politician in regards to how he gerrymandered. That's not how the system was ran. And I will say this before I go to the next caller. By the way, tap the screen, get us up to 30. I will say this as well. Remember when Trump was going to drain the swamp? Remember when Trump was not going to be a typical politician? I'm going to ask you folks this question. Why is it that when people are criticizing Trump, there's always some liberal that can be brought up? Well, you know, Obama did that too. Biden did. The folks that the right hate, the folks that the right think are absolute pieces of political shit, that's who we keep comparing Trump to. When Trump is being criticized, well, Obama was doing the same thing, or this liberal was doing this. Whatever happened to, no, Trump would never do no shit like that. That's what you liberals do. That's what folks believed they were voting in. Is somebody who was different. Somebody who wasn't going to be a typical politician. Somebody who was going to drain the swamp. Not somebody who was going to keep pointing to, well, you know, the other liberal you hated, he was doing the same thing I'm doing. I don't, that part I don't understand. That part I do not understand, is that we keep comparing Trump to liberals that Trump supporters absolutely despise, as opposed to simply saying, no, Trump wouldn't do the shit that you liberals did. I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing folks respond with, no, he didn't do it. It's more like, well, Biden didn't release the list. Well, Obama was putting kids in cages. I'm hearing that you're doing the same thing. That doesn't sound like draining the swamp. Looking in the comments, though, the ideologues on both sides will always do whataboutisms. That is true. But that is the moniker of typical politicians. That is not what Trump was supposed to be. Now that he's in office, it just sounds like he's just one of the rest of them in there. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with the show. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. I don't know if somebody was in there or not, but it's open. They voted for someone who will hit back. I don't mind hitting back, but always saying that you're doing the same thing as Obama, that's not hitting back. I mean, if you thought Obama was a piece of shit and you're in office doing the same thing he's doing, that's not hitting back. That's almost like mimicking. You know, Biden didn't give up the Epstein list. That's what you're hearing when folks ask, why hasn't Trump gave up the Epstein list? You're going to compare yourself to the guy you said has dementia and doesn't even know where the hell he's at? Why is he coming up when people ask you about the Epstein list? It should be Biden was hiding in his basement. He didn't know what the hell was going on. That's why you didn't get the list from Biden. Here it is from me, a president that actually answers to the people. Why do we keep comparing him to liberals? I don't get that. Elephants don't fight the ants, says Ferda Great. Tacos don't talk. Tacos don't hit back. Well, speaking of taco, the acronyms meaning always chickens out. Let me ask you folks. Now, the 10-day threat to the nation of Russia, if they don't end the Ukrainian war, ends Friday. Russia was given to Friday to make peace with Ukraine. By way of yes or no in the comments, how many people think Russia's going to adhere to Trump's threat? By way of yes or no in the comments, how many people think that Trump is going to scare Russia or threaten Russia or get Russia to leave the Ukraine alone as of this coming Friday? That's when they have. Trump is threatening to put all of these sanctions and whatever the hell else into motion starting Friday. How many of you folks think that Russia is going to adhere to that? I don't see anybody, not one person. That shit is a joke, says King. I don't see one person saying, yes, he's going to do that. Wow. All right. All right. Well, so what do you think Trump is going to do then? Because make no mistake about it, we don't trade with Russia anyway. So I don't know how much value of imposing sanctions on Russia could even have to begin with. We don't do much trading with Russia, and most of the free world that we consider allies don't trade with Russia much either. So at this point, unless Trump plans on going at Russia militarily or significantly upgrading the ordnance we're giving to the Ukraine, I mean, it's just idle threats. I mean, they suggest that Russia has lost over 1 million soldiers to the Ukrainian war. Why would they stop now because of Trump? Trump ain't offering shit. This is the whole reason why his promise of ending the Ukraine-Russian war in 24 hours was a complete flop. You're not coming to the table with anything. You're just telling both sides, y'all need to stop this. You were taking away our assistance and intelligence we were giving to Ukraine when he took office, and you were handing Russia nothing at all. So you're treating Ukraine worse than Biden did, and you're not treating Russia any better or worse than Biden. Probably better than Biden did, Trump was, because he was more favorable to Russia a little bit. But point being, why the hell would Trump or any Trump supporters think that he could end the Ukrainian-Russian war in 24 hours by offering nothing? And nevertheless, people did believe that. People actually did vote believing that if Trump wins, he's going to stop these wars. You're offering nothing. I don't know why anybody would think that was going to work. Putin is laughing at Trump. Damn. You think so? Super, ultra, mega, MAGA. That's a strong mouthful there. By the way, tap the screen. I don't know what happened to the box. I had to reset it, I believe. So the box is open. Feel free to come on through. Putin been laughing at Trump. I don't know. What would be the reason of laughing at Trump? I mean, regardless of what Putin thinks of Trump, the Ukrainians are killing a lot of Russians. So it ain't like Putin has a lot to laugh at. I mean, this country is putting a hurt on you. Russia doesn't look like it's doing all that great going up against the Ukrainians. I mean, look, they could obviously go nuclear if they wanted to, but conventional, Russia's not doing that great as long as we keep providing the Ukrainians with even a little bit of weapons. And one thing the Ukrainians need to be given credit for is their resolve. Their resolve is off the chain. They went up against a juggernaut and they're willing to fight. I mean, they fighting hard. When you consider what they're going up against, the amount of manpower, the size of that nation, the military might of that nation, even when Trump completely stopped assisting them, they're fighting hard. The Ukrainians are some real fucking warriors. They should get credit for that. And that should be extended to Zelensky as well. I know a lot of MAGA did not have any love for Zelensky because a lot of folks on the right convinced you that he was buying Bugattis and all this other bullshit. But that man has stayed in a whole fucking war zone for 3 years. When the West offered him sanctuary, he stated, I don't need a ride, I just need ammunition. That dude is a fucking hero. That's what a war hero is like. Out on the battlefield, that guy could have, you guys say he didn't hold an election. He could have had an election, let the Ukraine pick another leader and rode off into the sunset. No, he's staying there to fight for his country. That's a fucking war hero. I guess I could ask you folks, not that it's going to happen, but I could ask you, do you think Trump would be as dependable as Zelensky to do what Zelensky, do you think Trump would do that? Do you think Biden would do that? That dude is a war hero. Don't know what I just trying to bring up for some reason the screen is freezing here. Russia don't give a fuck about Trump. Don't have any reason to. America's not doing anything for Russia. Why would they care about how we think about that shit? No, they have people from other countries fighting for Russia again. Well, yeah, there's a reason why they have people fighting from other countries for Russia, like the North Koreans, because they don't kick the hell of a lot of Russian ass. There's a reason why a lot of other people are fighting for them. They lost a lot of soldiers. Dude's a washed up actor they planted as president and you're buying it. Yes, Stevie, I'm buying it. I'm really buying it. Look, I don't care what Zelensky is, and he was a comedian and actor. I get what you're saying, but when Russia attacked that nation, Western countries offered Zelensky sanctuary. You can, and we told him that the Russians are trying to assassinate you. You can go stay in a Western country with you and your family and live happily ever after and leave that shit behind. He chose to stay and fight on behalf of his own country. I don't give a damn what he is. I don't care if he was a school teacher, like Tom Hanks in Saving Private. I don't care what he was. I mean, the fact is, he's staying behind and fighting for his country. Like Tom Hanks in Saving Private Ryan. He's a school teacher. Now he's on the battlefield dying for his country. I mean, that guy is willing to put it on the line. You realize how eager the Russians would be to kill that man? He could have easily been hanging out with his family in Britain or in Greece somewhere, just living a normal life and left that behind. He had an avenue out. He's chose to stay behind and continue to engage against a juggernaut. He's a war hero. Have you met a poor Republican? Yes, plenty of them. T2. Yes. Look, I used to be an over-the-road driver. I'll tell you, some of the poorest states in the union are blood red. West Virginia. Mississippi has been poor ever since they ended slavery. Mississippi, Arkansas, backwoods Louisiana, fucking Alabama, all of that Bible Belt shit where they trying to pray their way to survival, all of that shit's dirt poor down there in blood red. Blood red. So yeah, I've met a lot of poor Republicans, a lot of dirt poor Republicans. Kentucky is another one. I think I read once that 8 of the poorest counties in the country are in eastern Kentucky, over there near the Appalachian, where J.D. Vance apparently grew up. But I mean, yeah, it's a lot of poor. I think it's probably more of them, because the Republican Party tends to believe in pulling yourself up by your bootstrap and self-reliance. Meaning that if you fall on your face, you stay on your face until you either die in that position or you figure out a way to get up. The liberals believe in giving you a handout. So you probably got more poor Republicans than you do poor Democrats, because there's nobody coming to help you if you're a poor Republican. They expect you to pray your way out of that shit. Don't forget the Appalachians, bro. Yeah. Most people are weak, says T2. Here is Donald Trump at 79 leading America, while these little boys at 25 are dumbfounded. Older guys schooled their asses. Well, I would ask you first. I mean, you say Trump at 79 is leading America. That is absolutely true. But when you say why these little boys at 25 are dumbfounded, who are you referring to? What do you mean by 25-year-olds are dumbfounded? I mean, look, at 25, most of us were kind of dumbfounded, to be honest with you. There's a reason why you pay more for car insurance and shit like that. You take more risk at 25. I mean, he's 79 years old. You've kind of accumulated all of the wisdom you got left. I mean, he's actually lived beyond the average lifespan of a white American male. So he should be a little bit more intelligent than a 25-year-old, you would think, right? Not to mention, as I stated before, he's had a hell of a head start. While a lot of us are struggling to even go to community college and pay the most meager of student loans, he grew up in a rich family that could literally send him anywhere. I mean, what did he go to, the Wharton School of Finance? I mean, you got all kinds of financial backing. He should be a little bit ahead, right? He certainly didn't originate at the same starting line as everybody else. He should be a little bit ahead. I mean, if you think about running around a track and reaching the finish line, while everybody else had to run a mile to reach the finish line, he kind of is like 2 steps away from it when the race began. I mean, he should be much further ahead. Zelensky's Stephen Bandera wannabe. Okay, I don't know. Land rich money, poor Republicans, they own more property. When I'm talking about being impoverished, I mean you can't really afford to buy the luxuries in life. That's what I'm talking about. You couldn't just go out and buy a nice car, or you don't have a really nice home. You can't just go out and afford to take cruises and nice vacations. You can't afford financially the luxuries in life. I think there's a whole lot of poor Republicans like that. That's what I'm saying. Somebody says, what a bunch of cheaters. Are you talking about in regards to the rigging of the midterms? I don't know what's going on with the box. Never seen it open like that. Nevertheless, we'll make it happen. You need a history on nationalism. Ooh, Jeff Tinbury. Getting a history on nationalism would probably be very challenging because you're trying to establish history on people that don't want to be part of history. I mean, it is what it is. The people that you're studying are going to deny that they are those people. So, I understand where you're coming from, but very few people walk up to you and say, "Hi, my name is Tim. I'm a racist." Most of the folks who are the most intolerant amongst us, when questioned, will say that they don't have a racist bone in their body. Most people don't admit it. There's a reason why they're wearing hoods and masks and all that. They don't admit it. Very few people actually come out and admit it. So if you're doing a history lesson on it, a lot of them ain't gonna come out and tell you the truth on that. I could only wish to have your education, sir. Says okay, I don't look. Perhaps I wish to have your education. There's no know-it-alls here. So a lot of times we exchange ideas here. But I want to ask you folks also, in addition to the black fatigue issue, and I am taking, this is an open forum while the box is empty. This is an open forum. We are taking questions in regards to current topics, things like that. If you do have a question that you've wanted to ask on the program in relation to current topics or even past topics, feel free to state that. We'll tackle it in the best way we can. Maybe things that should have been covered. Perhaps you don't think the liberals get covered enough, or perhaps you think that things about Trump did not get covered. We'll take those questions as well. But we're talking about black fatigue. Why do you guys think so many people think that the black community is violent, lazy, ignorant, and irresponsible? It's all over social media. You do hear it on Fox News to some degree as well, but it's on social media, absolutely in right-wing circles as well. It's all over the place. Why do you think that is? Governor Reginald, with the elephant. So I'm going to assume you are a conservative governor. Good evening.
You know who I am, handsome liberal.
Not yet.
You know who I am.
Not yet.
You know who I am. This backstory. We've had conversations before, okay, sir, and I'm a moderate Republican. You know that.
Okay. How is Trump?
We talk about.
Now you're moderate. You're moderate. How do you think Trump's doing so far?
I think he's doing damn good. I thought we was talking about black fatigue. Now you want to talk about Trump?
No, we can talk about black fatigue. We're going to cover it all. But why do you think so? We'll go right into black fatigue. Why do you think so many people have such a negative connotation of the African American community?
I personally believe that there's some black folk that are just act a plumb damn fool in public, and it make the whole race look ignorant. Like I see the videos. You've seen the videos of these folks that go up here in public, act a plumb damn fool. Not a fool, not a damn fool, but a plumb damn fool. In the cruise ships, the grocery stores, the beauty parlor, the barbershop, all that. It just make all the rest of us look stupid.
But let me ask you this, because I often hear many folks that are white on the program say, I'm not embarrassed about slavery. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I'm not embarrassed about Jim Crow. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Why is it that when as you say, a plumb damn fool, why is it that when an African American who we have no connection or relation to does something that acts a plumb damn fool, as you put it, it is a reflection on all African Americans. But if you see a white person do that, we don't see it as a reflection on all white people.
You want me to tell you how I see it?
Sure.
I don't care if you black, white, Puerto Rican, Chinese, or what. If you acting a plumb damn fool, I'm gonna call you a plumb damn fool. Now that's just how I do it, how I see it.
But that ain't what I asked you.
I can't, huh?
That ain't what I asked you. You said.
I can't help.
Go ahead.
Just said what?
You said when you got blacks online, cruise ships and things like that, acting a plumb damn fool, making us all look bad. What I'm saying is, why is it when whites do something, it doesn't make the whole white race look bad?
Shit, because they don't cover it. I ain't gonna lie. They be quick to cover some black folk acting a plumb damn fool, but I've seen white folk act a plumb damn fool.
So you
They
said,
just don't cover it as much.
so why don't you think they cover it as much when whites act the fool as opposed to blacks?
Because it don't sell. That's just like you look at this whole deal with that's going on with Texas with that black kid and that white boy, right? Had that been two white folk, do you think that would have been on national news? No.
Yeah.
Black folks get these people monies. It's all about ratings.
So they're
That's
making.
why they always talk.
So they get better ratings by showing black people acting a plumb damn fool as opposed to white people.
Yes.
Is that not
The
racism?
stereotypes.
Is that not racism in itself?
How's that racism?
Because you believe your people want to see, let's say you're white. Your people prefer to see black people acting a fool than their actual people from their own community. I mean, that sounds like you want to hear negative about this community and not your own. It sounds to me like racism.
You can say that. You can surely say that. But hey, if anybody act a plumb damn fool, I don't care who it is. I'm gonna call you a plumb damn fool. In fact, I was just downtown Nashville, and some white folks acting a plumb damn fool, and I called them out on it.
Yeah, but
that's just my cup of tea.
It's interesting you would say that though, because now that we've had this chat, you're kind of making it sound like that black fatigue is actually a product of racism. They're bringing you negatives of blacks just to put it in the news more for clicks and likes and ratings. So the black fatigue is kind of fabricated.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll find some clips of white folks acting a plumb damn fool, and we can call it white fatigue. How about that?
But
I'll start finding clips of white folk acting ignorant and wrong, and then I'll start posting that on social media. Hopefully, we get a following and some folk that watch it and share it, and then we can start talking about white fatigue.
How about this? I think it says Rick Clue in the comments here on YouTube says, no other race acts like blacks. How do you view that?
No other race acts like blacks.
That's an actual quote. That's an actual quote. No other race acts like blacks.
From somebody in your comments?
Yes. I'm assuming that person is not black. So that's an actual quote.
Well, I personally think, I don't know where he been hanging around, but you see some good old boys act just as ignorant and wrong as the black folk.
Right. So there should. Go ahead.
Huh?
Based on what you're saying, so there should be an ample amount of white fatigue too.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, they're called Karens. I mean, come on now.
All right, we're getting somewhere.
I've worked as a server and I did top flight security. I done dealt with Karens. Shit, I was calling it white fatigue, but way before they came up with black fatigue.
All
but see, ain't nobody listen to me. They call me racist and all that.
Who are the they? Are you talking about people from your own community?
The white liberals.
White liberals, okay. All right, fair enough. So obviously, when you're talking about liberals, you're going to go back into the Trump administration. Now, you're saying you do be. Well, let me ask you the actual question of the show. Since you are a Trump supporter, what does "Make America Great" mean to you?
To me?
Yeah. When you hear that phrase, what does it mean to you?
It means making. Oh, excuse me a minute. It means making America great for everybody. Everybody has a good paying job, roof over their heads, food in their belly, money in the bank, all that. Not that stuff we went through, that high inflation and all that rigmarole we went through with the previous administration.
You do realize
everybody have low taxes.
You do realize we're going through all that stuff right now with high inflation and high grocery prices as we speak. We're still going through that.
Okay. Excuse me. I apologize for belching on your live.
No, don't worry about it.
What was the highest the inflation rate got under President Biden?
I don't have I should have that in front of me.
About 9%. Okay, what's the highest has been so far under the second term of Trump?
Cue me in. I don't know.
About, I think last time I looked, it was about either 3.5 or 3.7, somewhere around there.
Somehow I don't believe that's
So,
accurate. I can't dispute it because I don't have the numbers in front of me, but somehow I don't believe what you're saying. 6% difference. Somehow I don't believe that's accurate.
yes,
Somebody let me know.
the highest inflation got under President Biden was 9% in like 2022.
What is the lowest it got under Biden?
The lowest it got was when he came into office at about 1.7%.
Somehow I don't think your numbers are. Look, I can't speak on it. So what's the highest it's been under Trump?
So in his second term so far, about 3.5% or something like that. It was like the inflation. Yeah, I'm not going to dispute inflation has went up in the second term of President Trump, but it has not gone up to the highest it went under Biden.
Okay, but here,
what do you think? Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about the big beautiful bill?
I don't think even Trump thinks the big beautiful bill is that good. You notice you don't hear him talking about anything about that now that it's passed. You don't hear him bragging about anybody that's benefiting from it. They got that passed and they went right on to the next topic. You don't. I mean, normally when Trump is doing something great, he's bragging about it. You don't hear him saying shit about the big beautiful bill at all.
Well, most of the stuff in the big beautiful bill don't even take effect until
but he could still
2026 or 2027.
Right, but he could still be bragging about how much greatness is en route. He's not talking about it at all. He's not making it sound like there's anything to expect from that.
Have you read the bill?
I haven't read the 300-page bill, no.
I'm pretty sure you read articles about it. What do you
I've
think
read
about
plenty of. I don't like the. I believe that just like with immigration or just like with abortion, I think a lot of politicians use extremes to get things done or get people to agree with something. And then once it actually happens, they do it. They go way beyond the extremes. I think when you talk about the work requirement for Medicaid, for instance, I don't think that amounts to anything more than getting people off Medicaid that actually needs it. And when you fired so many people, you're going to have people getting kicked off Medicaid and stating that I have a legitimate case to actually be on it, but I can't reach anybody at the federal government, so I've been without Medicare for 6 months. You're going to have shit. You don't fire a lot of the people. So if you you send somebody a letter saying, we believe you can work, so you have to send us work requirements. And the person is like, well, I don't have no legs or I can't see or some shit. I am unable to work. And they're trying to respond to the letter they got threatening to cut them off. You're going to have people saying that there's nobody responding to me at the federal government. It takes months to hear from people. So I think what it's going to end up is going to amount to is just a net gain of people being cut off of Medicaid that don't deserve to be.
Well, number one, it will be the state that you'll be getting a letter from, not the federal government, right? Secondly, if you have no legs or can't see, that would mean you're medically disabled, which means you would qualify. You would be exempt from the work requirements. The work requirements are only for able-bodied people.
You're assuming,
adults, which means,
but you're assuming they don't make mistakes. They may send that letter to somebody who should be qualified, and the person that is qualified is now having a hard time being able to contact anybody at the federal government level.
Okay, so again, you won't contact the person you're trying to reach. Is not going to be at the federal government. It's going to be at your state, because the states are the ones that they manage the day-to-day operations of Medicaid and a lot of these other government assistance programs, right? So I'm not going to say that mistakes won't be made, but we're talking about something that hasn't happened yet.
You took $1 trillion away from Medicaid. You don't think that's going to culminate into anybody losing Medicaid at all? They took $1 trillion out of it.
There will be people that will be
that's what I'm talking
removed
about.
off of Medicaid, but a lot of these people that are being removed off, according to the legislation, is illegal aliens and able-bodied Americans that can go and work, volunteer, or go to school, be productive for 20 hours a week. There are exemptions. The exemptions are if you're disabled, if you're over the age of 65, under the age of 18, or enrolled in Medicare Part A or Part B, you're exempt from the work requirements altogether. Okay. Same thing with SNAP. You're exempt from the requirements for SNAP if you're under 18, over 65, if you're disabled, if you're have a dependent child that's like under the age of 14 years old or something like that, like you will still there's exemptions to these requirements, just like there was exemptions.
And but the problem with this stuff is they make mistakes. So you may qualify for an exemption that they're not giving you, and you're having a hard time getting it correct because so few people. And by the way, when you say it's going to go to the states, they've removed so much money from the states that the states ain't going to be able to respond to you in time either. I mean, the states are going to be hurting from this stuff.
They've actually given money to states in the legislation.
They gave them less, not more.
They've given, there's funding in there just for verification purposes.
Okay.
There's funding in there so to help states implement these work requirements.
Okay. Well, the way you're explaining it, the reason I have such a difference of opinion with you, and Mike, appreciate the hat mustache, thank you there. The reason I have a problem with it is because Trump has a habit of saying a lot of things that turn out not to be true. Like, we need to get the election integrity back up because dead people and illegal immigrants are voting. But he don't show you any proof of it. So when you say Medicaid and stuff like that, well, illegal immigrants are getting health care and stuff like that. He don't prove any of this stuff, though. He gives you extreme examples to do stuff, and people agree with it because you don't want an illegal alien that's committing crimes or rapes and murders to be in the country. But then when it comes down to what he actually does and proving it, it never culminates in anything. So that's where the problem is. What you're saying sounds good, but Trump is proving that the people that he called illegal immigrants or people that are getting it, a lot of that stuff turned out not to be true.
And I can say the same thing about you sitting up here saying, "Oh, well, we have people that are actually qualifying for Medicaid they're not getting those benefits, and you've yet to provide any evidence to back up that claim."
Okay, perhaps, but I'm talking about something in the future. I'm saying Trump has already done this stuff. Trump is
okay. So you're making an argument of something that hasn't even happened yet, which makes no sense to me.
It has happened. Trump is.
So what? So please give me a name of somebody who qualified for Medicaid or any government assistance program that either
No, that ain't what I'm talking about.
They were cut off.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is Trump often categorizes people improperly. That's what I'm talking about. So why wouldn't it happen in his Medicaid outcome? He did it in illegal immigrants. He's talking about people eating pets and shit. He often categorizes people improperly. Why wouldn't that carry over to his Medicaid cuts?
Because if you read the legislation, you would know who is exempt from the work requirements, and you would know what the work requirements are.
I heard the man on. I don't need to read it. I heard the man on stage say people are eating pets. It came out of his mouth. It ain't true.
What does people eating cats and dogs in Springfield has to do with Medicaid requirements?
It has to do with how he categorizes people. He says things about people that are not true. So when he creates the Medicaid provisions, a lot of that is based on his belief of people existing that is not true.
Okay. So you're against the work requirements. Got it.
I don't think I don't think it's necessary.
What about the tax cuts for middle-class Americans and the new deductions that middle-class Americans can take advantage of?
I think the tax cuts are so minuscule. I mean, look, I'm okay with the tax cut, but I think it's so minuscule. I don't think most Americans are going to know. Like, for instance, no tax on tips, but it's got to be cash. So if you're working in an Olive Garden or something like that, where everybody...
it's qualified tips. That includes tips you get from a card.
What is the definition of qualified tips? What is that?
The IRS.gov, it tells you. Okay. The legislation says any tip, whether it's cash or card, qualifies for the deduction. It has to be a qualified tip. So Uber drivers, if you take an Uber and you tip your Uber driver, right? That's a qualified tip.
I don't, like I said before, I don't believe, because we got the same tax cuts under his first term. I don't see where people at the bottom were bragging about how great they were doing. I'm nowhere near the top. His first term did not change my life to any significant financially. It didn't make a big difference.
Okay, so you don't think that the people being able to deduct overtime comp and car loan interest and tips and seniors deducting $6,000 off of their taxes. You don't think that'll benefit people?
If I'm correct, didn't he change a lot of things you can claim as well though? Aren't there things you used to be able to claim that you cannot now?
Well, yeah, the IRS released a whole document after that legislation was signed, and there's various deductions that, from my understanding, only benefited the wealthy. Like, for example, I read that business owners can now have a lower deduction of how much they can deduct off of entertainment, dinners, and stuff that they have for their clients or whatever.
I'm
And
just
various
gonna
other deductions for private airplanes and yachts.
I'm
Like
just gonna
the
I'm just
regular
gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it like this. There's a reason why Republican constituencies were all up in arms about how bad this bill was. Even folks who voted for Trump in their districts. I still haven't heard a lot of folks on the right talk about how great this bill is gonna be. Even folks on the
That's
right are not celebrating it.
That's because people have not actually taken the time to read the actual tax portion of the legislation. And also, a lot of people don't have a CPA, which is I've been recommending everybody go get a CPA, have them go over the various deductions and stuff that you can deduct off your taxes for this year when you file your taxes next year, right? And willing to bet you money that you'll get money back.
But how do
More
you
money back
how do
than
you
you've ever got.
respond to the fact that the stuff he did for the lower end of the financial spectrum only goes a handful of years, where the people at the top get benefits for basically forever? Why is there such a disparity like that?
Because every tax credit or deduction has always been temporary. For example, you look at when President Trump and Biden expanded the child tax credit, that benefited middle class Americans, and that was temporary.
Okay, I want to bring up somebody who actually has read a little bit more of this. We've talked about this before. Mike, is what he's saying sounds fairly accurate to you?
No, I mean some of it is accurate, but he's missing out. He's leaving some detail out. But
On what?
well, for example, when you talk about the tax cuts, or you talk about no tax on tips, which is a tax deduction, or tax on overtime is a deduction. It doesn't mean that your paycheck is going to change, right? So, but the average person that voted for him because of those two things thought that they would see more on their paycheck bi-weekly. They weren't looking for a tax deduction. That's a significant difference.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're able to deduct up to $12,500 as a standalone deduction.
But what would be the
So-
difference
so-
between last year?
Well, the difference between last year and this year is you'll more likely get a bigger tax refund. Because you have this, if for example, me, I made $10,000 in overtime alone last year. Okay, if I'm able to deduct $10,000 as a standalone deduction on top of the standard deduction, which was also increased in the legislation, I can now deduct up to like $25,000 ballpark figure, which is going to lower my taxable income by $25,000.
Okay, before you
What's
respond
your
to
base
that, Mike,
salary?
I just want to say, Will G, I do see your comment about the American Eagle Sweeney the jeans. We'll talk about that. It's off the topic, but I'll certainly cover it in detail after these gentlemen are done. But go ahead, you folks.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, what tax bracket does your base salary put you in? And what Tim was saying was, most people, particularly in the hospitality business, whether they're hourly employees, if they weren't claiming their cash tips before, and most people that get cash tips do not claim their cash tips, why the fuck would you do that? Right? It just makes no financial sense. They're not going to start doing it now. So the only ones you can complain that you can claim, which you were accurate about, is the ones that are on credit card. Well, most of those, depending on what state and what industry you're in, are pulled by with the rest of your employees. So it's not something that is going to be significant for anybody, and it expires in 2028. So why would you put anything, even if I took you at face value, why would I think that I got something for 4 years, but you made the tax credits for the most wealthy permanent.
What tax credits for the wealthy were made permanent?
He made them permanent.
Which
at
ones?
A minimum, at
Which
10
ones?
Years.
Which ones?
I'm trying to answer you. All he did was extend what was in place.
Okay, so what tax credits were already in place that only benefited the top 1% of income earners in this country were made permanent?
All of them.
Again, name one.
Listen, I don't have it in front of me because I'm not in front of my computer. But my point is, if he extended what was in place, he just extended what was in place, right?
Okay.
So whatever they are, he extended them, and they benefited the wealth. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that?
I'm not going to agree to anything. You haven't told me not one tax credit that only the top 1% of income earners can benefit from, which was made permanent.
In place.
Okay,
was it already in place?
You're
okay.
Not
let me get in here. Hold on. The corporate, because I'm reading it while you guys are talking. The corporate tax rate reduction is obviously not something that's going to apply to poorer people. Says the corporate tax rate was significantly lowered from 35 to 21%, and a move estimated to cost 1.3 trillion, largely benefiting corporate shareholders. That's one of them. Pass-through business income deduction. A 20% deduction was established for pass-through business income. Income from entities like LLCs and partnerships with large portion of benefits accruing to the top 1% of owners. Also, the estate and gift tax exemption. The exemption for estate and gift taxes was doubled from 5.5 million to 11.2 million per person. Obviously, numbers well above the average working American, providing a significant tax break for wealthy families and heirs. Individual income tax rate adjustments. While the TCJA included adjustments to individual tax rates and standard deductions that resulted in slight tax reduction for most Americans, the largest percentage point decreases were observed among high income earners. According to the Tax Policy Center, the top 1% of owners would receive an average tax cut of $61,090 by 2025, compared to the average tax cut of less than $500 for the bottom 60%. Hopefully that answers some of that.
Okay, so you read off
I read off what you wanted to know.
Okay, the first two things you brought up has nothing to do with individual income filers, because that you're talking about corporate tax rate, which is for corporations, and then business deductions, which has nothing to do with individual income filers. Then you mentioned the third thing you mentioned, which was the estate tax.
Wait, hold on. That's deduction. Not. Wait, your first statement is not true. Let's break them down. Let's break your first statement.
I am breaking them down.
Okay, let me respond to that, because it clearly says. Go ahead.
So you brought up the estate tax, which was the deduction, which was the limit was increased from 5 million to 11.2 million is what you said. Okay, now that benefits every American. How does that not benefit middle class Americans?
I just think
Joe the plumber. How does that not benefit Joe the plumber if his father passes away and he leaves him $2 million in his life insurance and $1 million in IRA and all this other stuff? How does that not benefit Joe the plumber?
Because most poor Americans don't have nobody leaving them $2.2 million. That's why.
You'll be surprised.
Yeah, I would be very surprised, because I don't know anybody that had a relative die and leave them $2 million. I don't know what you're talking about.
Again, you will be surprised how much wealth
do you not understand? Wait, hold on. Do you not understand what both me and him were talking about? Is that, okay, you're saying you would be surprised amongst the poor people, but that is something that mostly happens among the wealthy. The point is, this stuff benefits far more wealthy people than poor people. That's the point we're trying to make.
Okay, but you're mentioning an estate tax deduction as it only can benefit the top 1% when it literally benefits everybody. Yes, am I going to sit up and say that the Joe the plumber out here is going to have $2 million in the bank? More than likely, probably not. But I'm not going to at the same time say it doesn't benefit Joe the plumber. Like, come on. Like, yes, the tax brackets, which were lowered in 2017 for all tax brackets, were made permanent. Not only is Jeff Bezos and the Walton family going to get a tax break, okay, and not have their taxes hiked at the end of the year, right? But everybody else, the Joe the plumbers, the Mary the bakers, and all these other middle-class Americans are not going to see a tax hike. Why? Because the income tax brackets were made permanent for everybody.
Yeah.
Not to mention that the child tax credit Not to mention that the child tax credit was increased by $200 to $2,200. Not to mention that the standard deduction for all filing statuses were increased.
The point,
what are we talking about here?
What we're talking about is the stuff that you're saying that benefits everybody. The overwhelming majority of people at the bottom will never be in a position where they will realize any of this stuff happening to them. But yet the people at the top will all likely benefit from this stuff. It applies to them over and over and over again. It's almost like you're saying that if you reduce the purchasing taxes on a Ferrari, it benefits everybody because poor people can buy Ferraris eventually. I mean, yeah, if they can afford one, it'll help them. But most people can't afford one. It's mostly the rich people. The stuff you're talking about mostly benefits wealthy people.
What rich person you know qualifies for the child tax credit? What rich person you know can qualify for the adoption expense deduction and credit and all that?
Do you realize how much the child tax credit pays versus this shit?
The child tax credit is $2,200 in this legislation, up by $2,000. Because in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, it was increased from $1,000 to $200. And then, yes, it was expanded under President Trump and President Biden. But that expansion was temporary, just like the no tax on tip deduction, the overtime deduction, and all these other deductions that y'all are talking about are only temporary.
Yeah, what you're saying is illogical. And I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
Why would it be necessary to raise the debt ceiling if everything you said applied the way you said it? There would be no reason to raise the debt ceiling because you wouldn't have to make up for the money that's going out to that top 5% or that top 10%. You wouldn't have to raise the debt ceiling to do it.
Okay.
The reason you want to raise the debt ceiling because you need that room, because the whole bill is how much is it slated to cost us with this new bill? 3.6 trillion, 3.2 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're paying more for it, how is it benefiting middle and lower class? That's just basic math. Like that.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So to answer your question, why we have to raise the debt ceiling is so we don't default on our debt and the entire global economy crashes. That's to answer your question. And the question I want to ask you
I didn't answer my question.
Oh, it didn't.
You asked me why we had to raise the debt ceiling.
But that didn't
And
answer
we
the question.
have to raise the debt ceiling every so often to make sure we don't default on our debt. Because the United States
continues to grow.
Because
right,
the United
Governor?
States of America, doesn't matter if it's a Democrat or Republican in the White House or controlling Congress, we spend money. That's why we have to raise the debt ceiling every so often.
I understand.
Now, let me ask you
when's
this.
the last time we raised it?
The last time we raised the debt ceiling was last year with President Biden.
Mm-hmm. And why?
Because we spend more money than we take in.
Because of what?
That's why.
Because of what?
What do you mean because of what?
What was the reason that hurt us? It was the pandemic, right?
Okay. So why do we have to raise the debt ceiling in Trump's first term? No matter of fact, why did we suspend? Why did we have to raise the debt ceiling with Barack Obama? Why do we have to raise the debt ceiling with George W. Bush?
Wasn't Trump
with Bill Clinton?
Wasn't Trump supposed to be different from these guys though? When he's supposed to be the guy who was going to lower this shit, didn't he run on he was not going to be like them?
I didn't believe that for a second. Any Republican that gets up here and says that, I'm fiscally conservative and all that, they're full of crap. Like, the Republican Party is just as guilty as the Democrats. The only Republican
that
ran for president or was in national politics and well known that was actually somewhat serious about reining in federal spending was Ron Paul. Every other Republican that has ran for president on this whole notion that we need to reduce national debt and all this other stuff, they're full of mess. I don't even know why the Republican Party runs on trying to be fiscally conservative. Because the first thing we do when we get in power is lower taxes and increase defense spending.
For who?
Cut taxes. Taxes for Americans.
Benefit from them the most under Republican administrations over the last 40 years.
You're going to say they're rich. I'm going to say every American benefited from a tax break.
How many jobs have the Republicans created over the last 40 years compared to the Democrats?
He's not going to know that.
I don't know. I'm not going to know that.
Yeah.
I'll go research that later. But I don't know.
1 million jobs. The Republicans have created 1 million jobs, while the Democrats have created 50.
Okay,
I can tell you one thing. Trump is definitely continuing that because his job numbers are terrible. Go ahead there, Governor.
Let me ask you this, Michael. When Bill Clinton, who statistically created the most jobs out of any president in our lifetimes, right? Who controlled at least one chamber of Congress for the majority of his term? The full 8 years Bill Clinton was in the White House.
I'm assuming you're going to say Mike, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. Republicans.
Okay. So,
but it was bipartisan, though.
Okay, so you will agree that since we like to bash up on Republicans for crashing the economy, and Democrats come save the day. So explain to me why a Democratic president signed legislation in effect that repealed part of Glass-Steagall and allowed these big banks and investment firms to do what they did all throughout the 2000s, which caused the 2008 financial crisis. That was a Democratic.
But
that was Bill Clinton who signed that in 1999.
But when you talking about the housing crisis, and so now if you're going to say that, you have to add in the wars too. When Bush came into power, you got to add that, because we know that global conflicts always impact the economy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said war.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was one of the biggest contributing factors to 2008?
Again,
to that,
it was the housing crisis. But again,
okay, so what legislation led to the housing crisis?
It wasn't just that legislation.
There was one piece of legislation that had I'm not going to say was 100% the reason why we had the financial crash, but it played a significant part as to why Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns, Merrill Lynch, and all these other big investment banks and financial institutions collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that legislation is called? The Gramm-Leach-Bailey Act of 1999.
Okay.
So I'm not going to dispute that George W. Bush, with the Republican-controlled Congress, passed legislation that made it easier for poor people. More specifically,
all right, I don't want to go. I'm going to have to move it on. I don't want to go too deep in the weeds, so we're going to put some of these folks to sleep. But all right, we'll just leave it at that. But I disagree, obviously, and so does Mike, that what Trump is doing is helping out everybody equally. You have a different opinion on that, Governor. You're always welcome back on the show. You can come back anytime. We can hash it out. But I do got to move it on. We just happen to disagree. Appreciate you coming through, man.
All right.
Thank you. All right, Mike. That was interesting. That was interesting. Listen.
I've heard him time and time again.
Huh?
I've heard him time and time again.
Well, the man likes Trump. He's entitled to that. The man likes Trump. We'll see how it all pans out, which is why I'm asking folks, how do they feel the country will evolve or devolve by January 2029? If what Trump is doing is great, we'll know by then. If not, we certainly will know as well. But I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on, though.
Okay, damn, you gonna roll my time into his time and just.
I'll let you guys hash it out. I'll let you guys.
That's cool. Okay, real quick, tap the screen, share the live, just get Tim up to 75,000 before I get up out of here. But here's the one thing that I thought was interesting about what he said, and I think it applies to a lot of Trump supporters. He really gave you the history of the Republican Party, how they've never been fiscally responsible.
Yeah. He admitted that. He admitted
all
that.
the shit Trump was talking about, he was lying.
Yeah.
When he said he was going to be different, he said, well, who believes that shit, right?
Yeah.
But you still vote for it. So I don't understand the logic behind that. I don't understand how you can say, well, I don't know why the Republicans run on it, but your profile picture is about the Republican Party that you say run on an agenda that they never intend to fulfill.
Yeah. I got a lot of folks who come on the program say the same thing about the Epstein list. I didn't vote for Trump because of the Epstein. I mean, it is, you raise a good point that a lot, I mean, I think that even MAGA realizes a whole lot of things. I didn't think he could end the war in 24 hours. I knew he was just saying that. Like, damn, why did you vote for him then? I mean, because, yeah, you got a lot of MAGA that come on the show and admit most of Trump's campaign promises. They knew he was lying when he said it. Why didn't you liberals know he was lying then? What the hell? I don't understand that.
Then why did you vote for him? Because the funny thing is, if you believe that, here's what's so crazy about it. And I'll land my plane here. You can put me on the short bus tonight. I'm cool with that. Put me on the damn short bus. I'm gonna land my plane here. If you can admit that, and you go back and you watch the debates, everything that Kamala said during the debate would have been accurate then, and you didn't believe what he was telling you then, and you still voted for him. So think about what he just said. If you watch the debate and you think the way he does, you sat up there and listened to him and said he's full of shit. If you listen to her, she literally said everything he said and everything he was going to do. Yeah. So was it about the policy? Was it about misogyny, homophobia? Was it about race? Because it was not about policy. He didn't even believe in the policy. You see what I've been telling you, Tim? He didn't believe in the policy. So how can you? So it's not about policy. So when they called me a racist, he actually proved, and he flagged her. He actually proved what we've been talking about. It was not about policy because he wouldn't have voted for him because he don't believe it in the first fucking place.
All right, Mike, and I get a lot. Like I said, I get a lot of MAGA that will come out and state, I didn't, I wanted to get the immigrants, or I wanted to protect women's sports. I knew he wasn't going to end the war in 24 hours. I knew he wasn't. I mean, they do often say they knew a lot of Trump's campaign promises were lies. They tell you, like, why, as a liberal, did you believe anything like that? We knew he was lying about that, and like that, I don't understand because he was not supposed to be a typical politician, but yet. You're admitting he was lying about every damn thing.
Yeah, making us sound like we crazy, but they didn't believe it to begin with. And the sad part about it, he was trying to explain away this big, beautiful bill. I don't see a bill doing anybody good where it adds $3.6 trillion to the deficit that they said was already out of control. And he was supposed to come in and reduce spending, not increase spending. That was a whole thing, right?
That was another thing he ran on, is that, Biden was spending out of control and he was going to, he did run on that too.
I'll leave it here. Ask somebody this when they come up. When's the last time anybody mentioned Doge?
Ooh. I ain't heard shit about that. I mean, they really ain't talking about the big, beautiful bill anymore either. But Doge, definitely not.
Huh? They ain't saying shit.
No, because if you mention Doge, if you try to make Doge sound great, then you got to get Elon Musk credit, and you don't like him. So that's a good point. You're not going to hear anything about Doge. I wouldn't be surprised if they fucking dismantle Doge before it's over with. Mike?
It is my point. Okay, brother.
Thank you. All right, moving on with the program real quick. I did want to respond to Will G, who starts out by saying Trump ain't shit. He says a bit off topic, but what do you think about American Eagle Sweeney jeans controversy? And how about Trump salivating that Sweeney is a registered Republican? Well, I don't give a fuck about the Sweeney jeans thing. I know some people are saying that, she's claiming that she's white with blue eyes, so that means she's got good genes, and we're going all the way through with eugenics on it. Remember the old 80s commercial, there's nothing between me and my Calvins and things like that. Could be. I don't give a fuck about it. As far as I'm concerned, the Sweeney jeans is not something, look, they're not advertising to people like me. I have no interest in their product. I don't give a fuck what they're saying. I have no interest in it. Now, in regards to your second half of that statement, the president, god damn, like, why is this man so divisive? I mean, he knows that this topic is a hot button issue. Even if people are reaching, even if some people are trying to say it's racist, like I said, I don't give a damn. But it's like this man literally scours the internet for the most divisive topics and literally intends to comment on those. I mean, if I've never seen somebody want division so badly. I mean, like, literally want division. No effort whatsoever towards unity. I get the liberals attack the man, and I get all of that. You don't have to show up to every damn fight you're invited into. I mean, Rosie O'Donnell says something about you. You're threatening to take her citizenship. You're all over the internet about Stephen Colbert. Even Gayle King from CBS, he's making references to her ratings and shit like that. Like, I've never seen somebody want a divided country so fucking bad. I've never seen that. We can talk about Obama, we can talk about Biden, but once again, none of that exonerates Trump. Okay, well, it started with Obama. Biden called us ultra MAGA. Okay, fine, go in it, but he ain't trying to improve none of that shit. None of it. He is literally aiming for division, and I just don't understand it at all. I think General Milley stated something like that the problem he had with Trump is he just tries to divide everybody up. He absolutely is doing that. You know, shithole cities. Didn't he say I hate Democrats because they all hate America? I mean, like, I've never seen a president so deliberately intent on dividing up the nation. He really wants us divided. Fact is, he does not want unity in America whatsoever. He wants us divided. Now he's talking about what Candace Owens. I did a video earlier on Candace Owens because she talked about Trump is threatening to hold federal aid and things like that for cities that do not back Israel. You know, the whole Gaza, Palestinian, Israel thing. Some of the liberal cities have a big problem with Israel. Trump is threatening to withhold federal aid and stuff like that, disaster relief. Why? Like I said, I've never seen a president so intent on just being divisive. A lot of little petty-ass issues and things like that where you would assume the commander-in-chief, you know, presiding over 360 million plus people, would not even have time to deal with. This man finds time to get in some of the most petty, useless shit there is. And then, of course, MAGA generally responds with, well, they attacked him first. Some little motherfucker in the middle of nowhere attacked him, and, well, you know, the president of the United States responded. Do you realize how many people that like Trump would love to hear back from him or love to hear him tweet out their name? Why spend all of that time on that shit? People that don't like you, that nobody, I mean, even the liberals ain't paying much attention to Rosie O'Donnell. A few obscure liberals are paying, ain't nobody paying attention to Rosie O'Donnell. But here he is threatening to take her citizenship. I don't watch CBS at all. I'm not watching Gayle King. I know who she is. She's a friend of Oprah. That's about it. Why are you attacking these people? It's just some of the most petty shit. And of course, because Trump is attacking perceived enemies of the right, MAGA loves it. They loves it. You're attacking people we don't like. So go. Just I don't understand the purpose of dividing the nation up like that. I just do not understand that. But Paul does. Paul says Trump is the best president ever. I seen one talking head. I don't know if it was Cuomo. One of the talking heads on cable news stated that, you know, with Trump once stating he had aspirations to be on the front of Mount Rushmore or something like that, he said, one of the things he said is, there is no face on Mount Rushmore that ran a presidency based on division. None of them did. So I don't know where Trump expects his legacy to be, but when you're deliberately, intentionally trying to make half of the country hate you, that's going to be part of your legacy. Those people write history books, the ones that hate you, the millions of people that you're trying to make hate you, they write history books. They tell tales, they pass down things from, you know, generation to generation. Why would somebody be so interested in making so many people hate them? I just don't understand that whatsoever. The Tangerine Tyrant wants to be king. Fine. If you want to be king, do things that make everybody happy. That's all you got to do. Put more money in people's pockets, make people feel safer, make America feel more powerful, make America feel great. But to focus on half of the population and generally attack the other half constantly, I don't get that. With the exception of MAGA saying, well, he's doing it for revenge. They're attacking him, so we have a president that attacks back. We like a vengeful president. That's going to be part of his legacy. He thinks he's awesome. Well, Jen, a lot of folks think he's awesome as well. He could be awesomer, to make up a word. He could be awesomer if he wasn't deliberately stoking division. If he just got in there, gave us a great economy, and did some really good America First policies, and just stuck to leading this nation and shut the fuck up in regards to personal issues and personal attacks, he could be a lot better. It's a lot of division orbiting around Trump that's unnecessary. If you're going to be the commander in chief for 300 and some odd million people, there's going to be people that don't like you. Period. There's no president in history that there were not a significant amount of people that didn't like him. Doesn't matter what you run on. It doesn't matter if you're Martin Luther King or Mother Teresa. There's going to be people that don't like you. Maybe you're helping out the poor, and some rich fuck that don't want to share his money doesn't like you for doing that. I mean, there's always going to be people that don't like you. But with Trump, it's one of these notions that, well, he should be able to attack the people that don't like him. I don't understand it. Let me go ahead and continue on the program. Tap the screen. Travelman, good evening. Welcome to the program. He just got too much time. Other people running the presidency for him. That what you said, Solar Tech? That Trump has too much time on his hands? I don't believe anybody's running the presidency for Trump. There's no way I believe that. There's no way I believe that anybody else running the presidency would be making the decisions that Trump does. Travelman, good evening.
Good evening, bro. Trump is a micromanager, right?
I believe more of that.
Everything that goes on in his administration, he knows about.
Well, if you're doing a good listen, if you're micromanaging is leading to a well-run outfit, that's not really that bad. I don't like working for a micromanager. I've done it. It sucks. But if he, as president, is micromanaging his way to greatness, is that really a bad thing?
Just because you're in a management position doesn't make you a great manager.
True.
Just because you're in a leadership position doesn't make you a good leader.
That is true.
The organization, regardless of the size, will be a reflection of the leader. When he was president last time, we had 4 years of chaos. The whole attitude of the country changed. Now look at it. We're back to the same thing again. Chaos.
You sound like Nikki Haley on the campaign trail saying that we don't need to replace Biden being chaotic with more chaos from Trump. That's exactly what Nikki Haley ran on.
But see, she was lying though, because Biden was actually boring. We're in the middle of the USA reality TV show right now. Okay, we get a different script every day. Look, man, you cannot go to Hollywood and get the best screenwriters in the world and ask them to write the shit that's going on in this country today. You just can't do it. We just spent the last 2.5 weeks talking about what's that dude's name?
Epstein,
whatever his name is. Epstein.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he cut $1.some billion from NIH. He slashed NOAA. He slashed FEMA. He's extorting money from the universities. He's extorting money from the law firms. He's extorting money and using tactics for the mergers for the different companies. Okay. He sued CBS for the same damn thing. I'm gonna ask you this too. He's suing CBS for the same thing that Fox does for him. Okay?
You know something? That is so true. I've said that before. What I don't like is this. He has immunity as president. So he can lie about people, but if anybody lies about him, they're liable to be sued. He can sue people for defamation, but let's say there can't be a class action suit from the Haitian migrants that he claimed they were eating dogs and cats, and all of a sudden the Klan is showing up to their town and shit. They can't sue him, but he can say all kinds of wrongful shit about people and get away with it. That makes no sense to me.
But let me ask you this: Why didn't the Harris campaign sue Fox News? Because when Trump went and did that, when he went to the barbershop and they were recording it, and the guy asked him a question, and he gave one of them damn meandering ass. Everybody like to say Kamala Harris did word salad. He meandered all over the damn place. The guy they had to bring him back a couple of times before he finally answered the question. And then when you saw it on Fox News, it was totally different from when he was in the barbershop.
Right.
Same exact thing. Why? See, the Democrats let but they used to it. They still do to a certain extent.
I think the difference is the Democrats are used to traditional politics. Yeah, there's some mudslinging. There's a little bit of pushing the envelope, but they stuck to tradition. Trump is way beyond that. Trump doesn't push the envelope. He opens it up and steps over the line. And I mean, they just they didn't expect. It almost reminds me of, one of those. I think that Jack Nicholson playing the Joker says, "Where did they get a load of me?" I think Trump is kind of like that, where they never expected him to be as far off the beaten path as he has been.
And like I said before on here, everybody talk about, especially the right wing. They always complain about the mainstream media, but they control the media. They control the narrative because they own over 1,500 radio stations. The top three media companies that own TV stations, and I'm talking 190 something, one on 196, another on. These are all conservative media companies. They control it.
I did not know that. I would have to look into that. I'm not for certain the conservatives control the media, but I can't dispute you. But one thing I can say in regards to what you mentioned about Fox News is that you see Trump and MAGA always talking about CNN or MSNBC, and they don't say anything about Fox or OAN or Newsmax. And you are correct. They do exactly for Trump. Claim CNN do for the liberals.
You know what? If somebody tell me that, well, hey, you know what? You watching CNN? Then my reply is, you watching three stations that pay millions of dollars for lying.
Yeah. They don't see it. I don't know. They just don't see it that way. It's kind of like we don't like liars unless liars are lying for us.
They keep talking about, he's doing a great job. The man has freaking did more damage in 8 months. It's going to take us.
Well, they think the man has done a great. They think the man has done a great job. Before you continue, Trouble comments. Shane Hornback or something that says it's so sad you ignorant people have a say in this country's operations. What are we? Because I wish he would elaborate, but he didn't. What are we saying that's so ignorant? I'm curious. What do you think he means?
What are we missing?
I don't know.
When he came into office, they stopped all spending, all funding. Remember when they came and they stopped all funding, threw everything into turmoil.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're not even the number one researcher in cancer anymore because they cut X amount.
Why do you think let me ask you that, because that's obviously started with Elon and Doge. Why do you think they came in, and then of course Kennedy did the same thing too? Why do you think they are cutting so much of our federal infrastructure? What is the purpose of that? I mean, look, I understand there's some oversize to government, but we're not bloated by that fucking much.
Look here, when Doge went into I forget which agency it was. It could have been the VA, but they went into one agency, and the guy actually said, "Hey, we really couldn't find too much here because they're doing everything pretty good." You know what they did? They moved it. We have a multi-trillion-dollar economy. The government is complicated. Your most educated workforce works for the U.S. government. Okay. That's the most educated workforce. And I know people that bust their ass every day going to work. I know people down on the border, northern border, southern border, working on the airports, all that stuff. But see, people always want to slam the government until they ass need the government. Okay? Until a hurricane, you know what? They chopped off. We better hope we don't have anything catastrophic happen. Because he's left disaster relief up to the states now, and most of the states that get hit are a lot of the states, particularly down on the Gulf. Some of those are the poorest states there are. They're not going to be like during Hurricane Katrina. We talk about what happened to New Orleans because it's a big city, but Mississippi got hit pretty damn hard as well. Mississippi got hit hard, yeah. Right, and Alabama.
They don't have the money to cover that.
But it's not only that, Tim. Take a look at this. They locked off all the experience at DOJ, at the headquarters. They took out the experience at the FBI.
Why? That's what I'm at. Why would they do that?
Because it's driven by ideology. You gotta bow down to their leader. And because of that ideology, they're going to they're doing serious damage to the country. So other countries are already putting up signs. We are losing scientists. We are losing researchers. I just read an article, I think it was in the Atlantic or one of them, and they was talking about this big brain drain that we have going on within the scientific community. But it's just not within the scientific community. Look at all the people that are leaving the government. Look, I was talking.
So it's not a good job anymore.
You know, one of my best friends is GS-15 at FEMA. He's getting ready to retire. Big brain drain going on. DOD, big brain drain going on. If something happens, say if something happens, you know, we don't definitely need another terrorist attack. If something happens where, what the hell is Cash Patel and Bongo Nuts going to do? Okay?
Bongo Nuts, really?
What are they going to, I mean, what is his name?
Dan Bongino, Bongo Nuts, wow.
We got 2 podcasters running the FBI, man. What are they going to do? They don't know what the hell.
Are you trying to suggest that the Trump administration is not competent? Are you saying they're DEI or something?
This is the most incompetent administration, the most incompetent cabinet or administration. I'm 66 years old. This is that I've ever seen. Even Marco Rubio lost his damn mind. You know, he didn't went in there and went off the deep end.
I don't think they lost their mind. I think that they realized that they could have a lot of power and money behind this. I mean, you just heard Trump today was just stating that Marco Rubio could be the heir to MAGA. Now, he said J.D. Vance is probably in the top running, which is different from what he said previously. But he mentioned Marco Rubio. He said Marco Rubio is also a possible, he could be the next heir to the MAGA movement. So, I mean, these folks are willing to overlook a bunch of shit because it's going to make them insanely wealthy.
You know what, though? Take a look at this. You know who the largest trading partner for South America? China. And China built a mega port in Brazil. They built a mega port in Peru. And you know what they're getting out of there? They're getting down soybeans that they used to get from the United States. So a lot of the farm stuff from that last trade war that he had, a lot of those they're not getting that back because they went down to South America.
There is no denying that what Trump has done will develop relationships that between countries that are not in our best interest that we're going to be dealing with long after he's gone. There's no denying that. I do agree with that. When you mistreat people, you force them to find other people to deal with. And once they start dealing with the other folks, if the relationship is decent, they just keep doing that. So yeah.
Why did they destroy USAID? Why did they destroy Voice of America?
That's what I'm talking about. Even with the federal, I don't understand why they did all of that. I don't understand why Trump came in, because the American people are not seeing. I mean, we talk about America first. We're not going to be taking care of other people. I don't hear the America first in any of this stuff. I hear chopping block, but when I look at how Trump is treating Americans, I mean, you're firing them too. You're getting rid of Medicaid and putting. You're doing the people overseas horribly, and you're doing the people in the country badly. I don't see anybody being first.
And you know, this our allies is treating bad. This tariff thing is gonna hit us. It's gonna hit. You're starting to see it now. See these people. They seem to tend to get amnesia when they come to him. You know, because they seem to want to blame. You know, the Biden years were so bad. Well, that was coming off of C-19. Well, we had high inflation. You had high inflation because you shut the whole damn world down.
Well, but there's more to that. I mean, there's more to that. Obviously, Biden's legacy now appears to be that he was in cognitive decline and they were hiding it from the American people. That does not make him look good.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm not even talking. I'm talking about the inflation. I'm talking about this, that, and all this stuff that was driven by, and yeah, some of it was policy, but you know what? If you're going to say something about the bills that he passed and added to it, then you also got to add Trump what he did in his first term, because every report that came out put blame on both of their policies for increasing inflation. But the vast majority of it was because of C-19 and the supply chain issue, and then when Putin got his head stuck up his ass and he went in there and invaded Ukraine. But see, you got these people right now. You got 30 to 40% of the country. That's when you know what I like to say. They all have head up Trump's ass syndrome. So they believe anything that he says, and they tend to disregard all the other stuff. And it doesn't make sense.
But I'm just going to tell you, most Americans, I think, even among MAGA and Republicans for certain, but even the majority of independents, a hell of a lot of Hispanics, and even some blacks, most people believe that Trump's first term was a success. That's why people, he did so much better than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. People believe his first term was a success. Trump 2.0 is completely different this time, though, because this time the folks that surround Trump in the first term, they were more experts with a long resume, a lot of history in D.C. The people he got around him now are not like that. They're just loyalists.
It was a success, but correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't he one of the first president in many decades to leave office with a net loss of jobs? Yeah. Wasn't he in office for 4 years, not 3?
Yeah.
And isn't part of what happened? Well, isn't part of the problem with C-19 was because of his mishandling of it?
Well,
so what was so great about his term?
Yes, but I think the belief is, particularly among MAGA Republicans and many independents, is that if C-19 had not happened, Trump's first term would have really been good. Now, it is his poor managing of C-19 that probably caused all of this, but they don't look at it that way. The belief is Trump was doing a really good job until this unknown illness hit everybody and fucked things up. But take that illness away, Trump was making, performing stellar. That's how most people believe.
If
was a fifth. If was a fifth.
Okay. If you go back and take a look, the economy was starting to slow down before C-19. Go back and take a look at it.
I haven't seen that.
Look at it. Yes, go back and take a look at it. The job creation was starting to slow. Joe Obama created more jobs the last 3 years of his administration than Trump created his first 3 years. Not created, but more jobs were created. Okay, because the presidents don't create shit. Okay, so you had things that was going on. And he had already loaded up the country on debt before C-19. And that damn tax break that he did, it had some good things in it. But you know also what it had? The largest stock buyback in history. They didn't spend the money on machinery. They didn't spend the money on personnel. They spent the money on buying back stock. The largest stock buyback in history came out of that tax cut. And then on top of that, he turned around and gave the farmers $26 billion. So basically, excuse my French, the farmers, this is how they think. He fucked them the first time, excuse me. Then he voted for him the second time. He lost the second time. Then they voted for him the third time. And what did he do? He fucked them again.
He fucked you in the drive-thru. Travelman, I got to move it on. But yeah, farming community certainly with both the tariffs and his immigration deportation policies, the farmers are taking it from both directions. No doubt. Thank you for coming through, Travelman.
The deportation is going to be his Achilles heel because he went too far.
You think so, huh? Wow.
I think so.
I don't know. MAGA really likes those deportations. Nothing makes MAGA smile more than seeing some guy being put on a bus unwillingly while speaking Spanish. They love that shit.
MAGA voted for a 34 convicted felon that got impeached twice.
All right. Fair enough. Travelman, thanks for coming through. All right, moving on with the show real quick. I suggest you read Project 2025. You'll see their plan. I have looked into it, read the bullet points and things like that. Trump claims he doesn't know anything about Project 2025, yet it is slowly coming to reality. I think they're about 50% of the way done with that already. It's slowly coming to reality. Tap the screen. Wow, some of you folks are kind. Thank you for tapping the screen. Get us on up to 85. I think we can make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy. Real quick, we haven't given the spiel, but real quick, the show is uncensored. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone on this show. Your comments can be critical or complimentary of anybody, including yours truly. While you're hearing more liberals, we do reserve that MAGA are my preferred guests. We just don't get as many MAGA, but MAGA are the preferred guests. We are MAGA friendly. We've always been MAGA friendly. A massive 8.8 earthquake. Where is that happening at? I just had a notice on my screen that an 8.8 earthquake hit somewhere. Fuck. Hopefully that was out at sea somewhere, but then you got a tsunami. Anyway, we are MAGA friendly, so if you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, going to ask if you're currently watching us on Instagram or TikTok. Go ahead and follow the program. If you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Good evening to you. I think that says Melissa. Let me go ahead and continue on. And by the way, in addition to speaking about the president, this is also an open forum. You know, different topics that you feel that may not have been covered here. If you want to ask the host about certain things, I don't mind covering topics. You can certainly get my perspective on. Even if you disagree, you can criticize it. You can let me know I'm full of shit in the comments. You know we don't censor, but things you think that may not have been covered, or if you got a opinion on how something was covered, state it in the comments. I'll see if we can respond to it. Russia and the United States are attacking each other with earthquakes. I hope they have not learned how to use earthquakes as weapons. We're all fucked if they do that. By the way, the Trump administration announced today that they're going to authorize NASA to begin working on putting a nuclear reactor on the surface of the moon. They want it done by the 2030s. So, 10 years or somewhere around there, putting a nuclear reactor on the surface of the moon. According to the administration, China and Russia are trying to do the same thing. So it sounds like it's one of those Sputnik nuclear, arms race in space or something. Well, it's a reactor. It's not a weapon. But if you go into space enriching, uranium or whatever they use for the reactor, it's only going to be a matter of time before somebody in space says, fuck it, we're going to start developing weapons out here. Because if you're outside of the planet, and you have nuclear weapons, you're pretty much unstoppable. I mean, you can fire that shit down pretty quick. They have a treaty, if I'm correct, a worldwide treaty that's in place where you're not supposed to use weapons in space. But all it takes is one person, one narcissistic person to say, fuck it, I'm going to break it. It's a bad deal. Remember Trump with the Iranian deal that Obama made? It's a bad deal and just breaks it. All it takes is one world leader to view that agreement like that. We're going to just break that. We think for the safety of our country, we should have nuclear weapons orbiting in space. I mean, all it takes is one of them to do that. And then we got a major problem on our hands. Looking in the comments here, egg prices are down only because egg farmers raise chicks free of bird flu. That is true. Biden never was responsible for the price of eggs. And when Trump took office, he immediately started crying out about the bird flu, which made it clear you knew you were on some bullshit when you were blaming Biden for egg prices. He knew he was lying about it. And that's kind of what he's been doing on some of this other stuff. All of a sudden, the Epstein list doesn't exist and all of this. You were totally okay with people hammering Biden over the Epstein shit and talking about the Democrats ain't releasing it. Then all of a sudden you get in office and, it actually is sealed and there's no list. Why didn't you say that when you knew all these people were clamoring for it under Biden? Just for political expediency, I'm going to let them think something exists that doesn't, or that I have no intention of releasing to them. Have they released that Korean priest's daughter from ICE custody yet? Her visa is not up yet. I haven't heard about her until December. I have not heard yet. One of the reasons I said I had an issue voting for Trump is he talked about giving police immunity from prosecution. Now, that has not happened, but ICE is probably the closest example to that. For the most part, if you work for immigration, border patrol, any of those forms of law enforcement, the Trump administration is going to really protect you from any sort of prosecution if you do something wrong. So for the most part, ICE damn near has immunity. They damn near have immunity because it's a federal outfit. So if they do anything wrong, it's not going to be a state charge. It's going to be a federal charge. And you got Trump and Holman backing them. So for the most part, ICE has immunity. They pretty much have immunity. Shout out from North Korea. That's not happening there. I don't believe. I got a viewer watching from North Korea. who is the best candidate for Democratic Party in 2028? The auto pin vote for the auto pin. Well, I always say that Trump makes a lot of big statements that really don't come with proof. He suggested that Biden used the auto pin quite frequently. I don't know if he's really proven that. Trump says a lot of shit that has not been proven. Now he wants to. He's entertained reversing a lot of Biden's orders, executive orders, and things like that that may have been signed with auto pins, suggesting that somebody else was running the country and using the auto pin and Trump was not. I don't know if you can do that though. I mean, not to suggest that Trump won't try to do it in the Supreme Court or somebody may not back him, but he's the first president to start actually threatening to undo the presidential powers of the administration before him. Not to mention lock every adversary up. All of his adversaries, whether it's Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Barack Obama. I've never seen somebody threaten to lock up so many of their adversaries. Remember he went on Hannity, and Hannity asked him, was he going to be a president all about retribution? And he said no. That has not aged well. In the comments, Jermaine says, Tim, what do you think about your boy Trump walking on the roof of the White House saying he's building a rocket? He's not mentally stable. Did he do that? No. That didn't happen, did it? Trump was on the roof of the White House? No. He said he's building a rocket. I see Ms. Mobetta says, yes, it happened. No. I don't know. That sounds, as you just eloquently stated there, Jermaine, that sounds mentally unstable. Really? I haven't heard that. Now I'm curious to find it out. We're going to get into black fatigue again. I want to hear your opinion as to why so many people think that the black community are violent, lazy, ignorant, and irresponsible. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but I'm curious to see Trump on the roof of the White House. That's exactly what Biden did. I haven't seen any instance of Biden walking on the roof of the White House, but I haven't seen Trump do it yet either until somebody told me. Wow. I'm trying to... Jesus Christ. Did he really do some shit like that? Yeah, he did do it. Oh my God. Let me see if I can. Oh my God. Jeez Christ.
And built my own online knife empire.
President Trump made a surprise appearance on the roof of the White House today. Reporters below were shouting questions, asking, what was he doing up there?
I will show you. It's another way to spend my money for the country.
The president appeared to be surveying the sites of some of his planned renovation projects. The president stepped out onto the roof of the West Wing, spending about 20 minutes walking with an architect and pointing to the grounds below.
I don't think it's that bad based on what she said. You made it sound like he was just literally going off his fucking rocker, talking about building rockets and shit. But if he was up there surveying the roof for, architectural purposes, it doesn't sound that bad now that I've seen it. But wow, the way you made it sounded terrible. If you support the fool, you can't be a serious person. There's a lot of legitimate reasons to support Trump. I lean somewhat left politically, but I'm not going to pretend like there are not legitimate reasons to support Trump. I mean, as I've said before in the program, because some folks say, well, it had to be racism or oppression. No, there's a lot of legitimate reasons to support Trump that has nothing to do with racism or oppression. For instance, Trump promised some really good shit. Trump promised some really good shit. I mean, obviously, no tax on tips and stuff sounded really good to people. He stated that he could end those wars in 24 hours, just ending the deaths of so many people, ending it fast. I mean, that's a huge promise that he's going to end wars in 24 hours. He was going to bring down the price of groceries rather quickly as opposed to Biden. That's also a very big promise that is going to resonate with a lot of people. I mean, the guy made some great promises. He wasn't going to be hiding shit like the Democrats. He was going to be transparent. He's going to let us know about this Epstein stuff quickly. I mean, he made really good promises. So I can totally understand why people voted for Trump. He was going to get all of these rapists and murderers out of the country. I mean, a lot of folks believe that a lot of bad hombres was roaming around this country. A lot of people believe that some of these nations emptied their prisons and insane asylums and let all of these. I mean, he made some really good promises. So I can understand why people voted for him. He's going to put more money in my pocket. He's going to end all of these wars overseas. He's going to focus on America first. Stop spending our money on USAID and stop spending our money on the Ukraine and bring that money home. And I, as an American citizen, as a voter, am going to personally see it. It's going to benefit me. That's what he promised. I see why people would vote for that. He made shit sound good. You know, I can't deny that he made some really good promises. He promised some really big shit that sounded great. So I can't hate on people that voted for that. Did it come true? It's a different argument. Anybody talking about the $600 billion deal with Saudi Arabia? What's up with the 5.8? What did it move? 5.8 going towards an RV bank in Michigan. That sounds like a fall of the money conversation. Democrat mascot should be a black tranny immigrant. The mascot for the Democrat Party should be a black transgender immigrant. So what should the mascot for the Republican Party be? Oh my God, we can really go off the deep end on that. If you really want to play those games, I'm going to leave it up to you folks. He suggested that the mascot for the Democrat Party should be a transgender black immigrant. So what should the Democrat for the Republican Party be? I'll leave it up to you folks. Are you complicit in pedo rings? I don't know. Well, like I stated before, there's got to be some reason why Trump is so hesitant on releasing the files. There's got to be some reason why he's doing that. It sure ain't that he feels exonerated and innocent. And by the way, okay, with Ghislaine being interviewed by Trump's former lawyer, and I'm watching ABC News this evening with David Muir, watching World News Tonight or whatever a few hours ago, and they stated that Ghislaine Maxwell during that interview said that during the time she knew Trump, he didn't do anything that was concerning to her. That doesn't exonerate him at all. I mean, she was a serial pedophile. He could be banging kids right in front of her face. That's not going to be concerning to her. She's used to it. So for her to say Trump didn't do anything that was concerning to her, that don't help him out. That's like Charles Manson saying, well, you really didn't do anything that was that bad to me. Oh, shit, look at the guy saying it. I mean, she's a serial pedo saying, well, Trump didn't do anything that was that concerning to me. You don't hooked Epstein up with at least dozens of girls. So it's going to take a whole lot for it to be concerning to you. And it certainly is not going to be probably anything pedo related. Now, maybe if he's out there, shooting at people with rifles or something, that might be committed. But him banging kids is not going to be very concerning to somebody who hooks grown men up with kids. So Ghislaine did not exonerate him at all with that statement. That ain't saying shit. And because Trump's lawyer got to interview her, as opposed to maybe liberals or maybe Republicans that question Trump's antics, they would have asked some tough questions. You'll never know. I mean, did he do anything that's concerning to you? That's an open. No. How about, did he ever engage in activity with underage girls? I mean, direct questions. He didn't do nothing that was concerning to you. That don't say shit. That's super general. That doesn't say anything. He didn't do anything that's concerning to me. That doesn't mean anything. I don't even know what's concerning to you. Arshafine, good evening. Welcome to the program. Their mascot is a white pedo billionaire in a white towel. Damn. All right, then that's the Republican mascot. A white pedo billionaire in a white towel. All right, now, E-Dog. Arsha, good evening.
Hello, it's been a minute because, I'm working a new job and actually, Trump is exhausting. But, so I see it, black fatigue.
I'm asking, in regards to black fatigue, I'm asking, why is there so many people that see blacks as violent They see blacks as lazy, not willing to work and earn a decent living. They see them as, irresponsible, running off from their children and, fatherlessness and shit like that. And they also see them as ignorant, don't speak the language properly, wearing their pants down around their ankles. I mean, a lot of folks see blacks as violent, lazy, ignorant, and irresponsible. Why do you think that is?
Okay, Tim. I'm not gonna recite it right now, but what is the population of black folks in this country? Less than 20, correct?
Well under 20, about 13 to 15%.
Have you ever, black on black crime, it's a real thing, correct?
Right.
Because you normally live within your own sphere. But
Right.
nobody ever says white on white crime, because that also happens.
That is true.
And so why are always demonizing one? Why do people why do black people always kill black people? I don't know. Why do white people always kill white people? I think at the end of the day, it's why do we kill? That's the thing. So when you were just saying about this whole thing is I'm biracial. The world sees me, or not the world, America sees me as black. So I just, I am mostly African American, whatever.
Yeah, if you're biracial in America, you're viewed as black almost always.
Absolutely. And that's okay. I don't mind. I mean, it's not an insult to me.
Hold on. Before you continue, I want you to hear this, 'cause just the wording of it. This is pretty interesting. You'll know where we're going with this, and I want you to give your response to this. 50% of violent spells are cast by 13% of dark wizards. What say you? I hear the sighing.
I'm not even gonna respond to that, because that's some propaganda, probably by certain people in the country that want to demonize others. I mean, at the end of the day, if I look at who's unaliving people in mass numbers, the larger group is they burned in the sun.
So the larger group is the dark wizards.
They're not dark wizards. They need sunscreen. And
okay.
And I mean, there's nothing wrong with sunscreen. I'm just laying out there. I mean, I wear sunscreen.
So do I.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want it. There's a reason why black don't crack and beige don't age, because we like lotion. And I'm sorry that the Caucasians didn't figure that out, decades ago. Anyway, yeah, see, yes, all the time, because we were taught you can't walk out in public looking gray and ashy, right? You would be shamed by your family, don't you take care of yourself? Anyway, sorry, Tim, that was a major sidetrack. So, oh my gosh, I've been listening to you for a while today. Okay, okay, so I already gave my thing on Epstein.
Why do you think there's such hesitation coming from the Trump administration about whether there's a list at all, whether this is actually a subject? Trump has said don't stop talking about Epstein, it's a hoax, but now he sounds like he's interviewing her. I mean, why is there such inconsistency on this?
I think it's kind of one of those classic Trump moves.
What do you mean?
Where he's trying to rile his base because he knows that a lot of people, obviously, and it's not even his base. Human beings don't want kids to be abused.
Right.
I can't look at, I've never met a human being and be like, you know what, I don't care. I want, it's a taboo or a crime pretty much all over the world. Doesn't mean it's caught and done the right way. I would say maybe he never thought that it would be that important to his base.
But let me ask it to you this way. Because a lot of folks are making all sorts of references to President Trump now that he's being hesitant on this stuff and talking about, stop talking about Epstein. Do you believe there's any chance at all that President Trump himself engaged in sexual activities with an underage person?
Absolutely.
So you believe he actually is a predator?
Without hesitation.
Wow.
And because he's said it in nuance throughout the 80s. And for all the human beings that believe that Trump wasn't in the media until he ran for president.
Who the hell believes that? Everybody knew Trump from Home Alone on back.
I know. He was on Barbara Walters. Right. He was on this. He was on that. He was on, who's the dude that likes, he's like reformed, the radio guy.
You're talking about Howard Stern. Howard Stern.
Yeah, Howard Stern. He's been on all of it. Not denying he's a playboy and he likes them young. Like, why all of a sudden it's been there?
But what would make you think he's actually engaged in sexual relations with a minor?
One, I am a female, gender born. I'm a cis female. Anyway, there never ever in my entire lifetime of me dating older men has the older man asked me my age.
Okay. So what's the point?
And that's all I got to say.
But I mean,
never ever. And I was a minor.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a 25, 30-year-old Trump. We're talking more like a 45 to 60-year-old Trump.
Again, I honestly believe it's a don't ask, don't tell from 1992 from Bill Clinton. If I don't know you're a minor, I'm not committing a crime. So I'm not going to ask.
You can't tell that this person is pretty fucking young?
Tim.
I mean, hold on.
Tim, come listen. You and I were both born within the same decade. We are also ethnic. Our ethnic groups and some women develop earlier. Okay?
Yeah.
Please don't try to pretend you're ignorant on this.
Hold on.
Okay?
No. Let me interrupt. Now, you are right. A lot of people go through puberty. 13, 14-year-olds, they got D cups.
I mean, I was a size C and I was 8 years old. That's not normal.
Damn, bless your heart. No, I get all of that.
And you know what, Tim? It sucks. Because boys didn't know what to do with me. Well, they just immediately thought I was, you know how, anyway, whatever.
Okay.
But I hope you understand what I'm saying is like,
let me get in here. Hold on. Here's the point, though. I think most of us, unlike somebody like Trump, who would have had all sorts of privileges because of his wealth and prowess, most of us know that, what do they always say, 15 can get you 20 or something like that? So the idea of a don't ask, don't tell, that doesn't resonate for, like, when I was in my early 20s, or even now, if I'm dealing with somebody young like that, because there is that whole notion of 15 can get you 20, I'm damn sure going to ask the age. And if I don't believe the age, I would rather go home really blue than to do something like that, considering the price you might pay. Now, in Trump's case, because he does have a whole city sold up and shit like that, he's more likely to get away with it. But yeah, I'm going to ask the age.
Tim, that's you. And we're going to just say in consensus, without a reasonable doubt, you're not a pervert. and you don't want to date underage girls and get away with it. That is the difference between law-abiding, morally competent males or females, right? Because it can go both ways, of what is taboo and right and wrong and what's considered abuse. Like you and I, like we're not that kind of folk. But you can't give a pass to these sorts of people because this is what they're into.
Well, but in defense of Trump, there's no evidence that Trump is into this. There's no evidence to that.
But I'm not saying there's evidence.
You said these folks.
But I'm saying, just like my father said, birds of a feather flock together. And I'm not saying if you just went on an airplane ride with him that you are a monster. I'm not saying if you just visited him on his island that you specifically partake in any, pervy things. But I'm saying if you did it, and let's just say if I have to count it on 10 fingers, 10 fingers, well, 8 fingers, 2 thumbs, you might have had a relationship and a reason to keep going back. Because it's not just like, oh, wow, he serves great iced tea and coffee. I mean, let's be clear.
But you believe Trump engaged in this stuff, huh? Possibly.
Tim, he had been accused by the Teen America freaking model. And this isn't the first. I don't know. This was happening before he even ran. And the funniest thing is people are like, oh, people are only attacking him because he ran for president. No, this man made it his life career to be in the limelight. Yeah. Home Alone, Barbara Walters, all the people hanging out with all the Jesse Jacksons, the blah blah blah, the Clinton, hanging out to be relevant. If he didn't hang out with those people and nobody would give 2 fucks about Donald Trump. It was his association circle, I believe, that makes him feel great.
I mean, and I see crypto crazy in the comments says Trump is an honorable man. So perhaps you got a detractor in the comments.
Well, you know what? Oh man, there are a lot of honorable men in this world, and I will give $100 because I am not rich that Tim, the handsome liberal, is 30 times more honorable than our current president of the United States.
I don't know what
Listen, Tim. I'm not saying you're a perfect man, perfect husband, perfect father. You're probably just a genuine old-fashioned Gen X black man from Illinois that has been divorced with some people that he loves and doing his best life. But you're probably not intentionally going out into the world causing harm or lies.
Fair enough. Well, the thing about it is, if you can get away with shit, that invites you maybe to try more stuff. And Trump is in a unique position that most of the people are not.
And that's that's upbringing. And I blame Trump's parents. And I'm glad that I'm not like Donald Trump because I had parents, I had consequences, I was taught a little bit of something. Am I perfect? Hell no. I broke so many rules and I am defiant, and that's why I spent most of my life grounded as a teenager. But that being said, to that one person that said Trump is an honorable man, what does that mean to you? What does honorable mean to you? Write that down on paper. Give me 5 characteristics of honor. And if you don't find yourself having those same characteristics, it's ridiculous to me. I don't understand how, adjectives and verbs.
They like what the man has to say. I do got to move it on, Arsha, but they like what the man has to say.
Yes, Tim. Okay, so bottom line, I know there was something totally different on the page before I went. Black fatigue.
Real quick, I'll give you the chance to wrap it up.
Being the minority in this country at this point still, yes, we're fatigued because we are so sick and fucking tired of trying to educate and teach you people on fuckery.
Ooh.
And we are fatigued. We are literally fatigued. Go to a library, watch a Spike Lee film. I don't care what the fuck it is. Watch something on HBO. Just get off Fox News. The fatigue is when I see white people now that are ignorant, I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't even care, Tim. All I do at this point is just hope that they don't procreate.
Jesus Christ. I gotta go.
I'm over it.
I gotta go,
Anyway,
Arsha. Appreciate it.
Love you, Tim. Glad to talk to you.
Absolutely a pleasure. Real quick, speaking of what she's talking about now, she's talking about now, because obviously we're talking about black fatigue and the notion that people believe that blacks are ignorant, violent, lazy, and basically lacking intelligence. We're going to talk about it. Real quick in the comments, Will G says, MAGA ain't shit. He says it's funny how they turn up their nose about twerking in the LGBTQ, but turn a blind eye to an actual pedophile in the White House. Yikes. Shit. I mean, if it turns out Trump is involved in this stuff, your statement is 100% accurate, but we got to get Trump the benefit of the doubt and classify it as alleged until he's convicted of something. But even the possibility of him associating with Epstein and stuff, yeah, they are turning a blind eye to that. I mean, you got more folks that are pissed off about an immigrant not going to CCOT in El Salvador or Alligator Alcatraz than there are about Ghislaine Maxwell being put in minimum security. They're more pissed off about immigrants. Meanwhile, this woman that is known as a serial pedo has been given minimum security prison, greatly improving her life. Not to mention the commander-in-chief won't even confirm that he might not pardon her and let her go free. And they don't seem to have a lot of outrage about that. So, Will G, well said. Red Firm Banana, keep up the good work. Thank you, Red Firm Banana, and I do apologize for being a little bit late responding to you folks. Will G says, I was just having this 1350 conversation with a maggot buddy. You heard of demon rats? Maggots. Okay. I was just having this 1350 conversation with a maggot buddy. And he subs to the bullshit. He subscribes to the bullshit. And he also thinks the prison population is to reflect the population of the country. MAGA math skills is what he said. Yeah, the prison population, the whole notion that, as one of my viewers said, that 50% of the crime is committed by 13% of the dark wizards. Look, we know one of the biggest factors of whether you'll be in prison or not is how much money you're worth. O.J. Simpson, if he was broke, would have served the rest of his life in prison. P. Diddy would have no hopes of getting out if he was broke. So when you take in consideration that in this country the poorest culture is black people, it should not surprise you that more of them are in prison than any other group. Now, when we start talking about, well, it's because they commit most of the crimes. No, most of the prison population is in there for drug-related crimes. You think black people are the only ones getting high? Most of the people in prison are not murdering and raping people. It's drug-related crimes. Drug dealers, drug users, folks, distributors. It's drug-related crimes. Everybody in the country is getting fucking high. Everybody is. It's just when it's time to go before the courts, if you got enough money to hire a decent lawyer, it makes a big difference. People who do not have enough money to hire a decent lawyer often end up in the system. And there's more black people that do not have as much money. Now, in the comments, I see somebody say, don't think so. Like I said, if most of the people doing time were in there for committing drive-bys and some of the stuff you see in the black community, you'd have a point. But that's not what most people are incarcerated for. They're not in there for those violent crimes that you're talking about in the black community. It's drugs. It's drugs. That's what most of the people are behind bars for. It's drug related. We all know the prison population doesn't reflect anything like the population of this country. The good news is that the black prison population decreased by 40%. Wow. From 2006. Well, and once again, that can be attributed to things that were designed to incarcerate people. You get rid of three-strike laws. We can talk about Joe Biden and the crime bill if that makes you happy. But stuff like that leads to mass incarceration. I personally believe that once a person is out of jail and have paid their debt to society, you shouldn't make their life so fucking hard. That also is responsible for a lot of incarceration. Is that people do their time, and when they get out, they have to be a perfect human being. You can't drink, you can't hang around nobody that's a felon. Certain neighborhoods, I mean, it just really make life hard. It's as if they want you to come back, and I absolutely believe that is the goal. I think it's like in a year, 50% of inmates return back to prison. Within 5 years, 70% return back. Recidivism in this country is terrible, and I believe that's intentional. That's what happens when you make it so that people profit off of incarceration. So anytime you hear people bragging about privatizing prisons, that industry should not be privatized. Nobody should make money off of incarceration. And they do in America. And I do believe with Trump now talking about having the ability to pick up homeless people and commit them involuntarily, you're going to see that trickle into that area as well. Because if you can now pick up homeless people that are strung out on drugs or you think that are mentally ill, and you can literally detain them involuntarily, there's no guarantee that everybody you're picking up fits that notion. You just need to pick up people. Guaranteed, wherever they're being taken, if it's under the Trump administration, that facility is going to be privatized. So it's going to be more privatization of people that are being detained. Same thing with Alligator Alcatraz. Some of the reporters that went to Alligator Alcatraz stated that a lot of the security personnel there are private security. People are making money off of housing those immigrants. I just, anytime you privatize something, the main goal for operation is profit. People get mistreated because everybody focused on making money. Nobody's focused on you getting your life better. Nobody's focused on reducing recidivism. Nobody's even focused on you eating a meal while you're in there. Everybody is focused on doing what is best for the bottom line. Nobody should ever be held or incarcerated or detained in any way in a manner that somebody could profit off of it. I just think that's the worst thing the United States has ever done. If you're only focused on profit, you are not going to rehab village 8 people in society. And yeah, I mean, that's what we said. Yeah, if you're focused only on profit, that's what you're going to focus on. You don't want recidivism. I don't want you to get out of prison and straighten your life out and never come back. I want you back because I get all sorts of subsidies based on how many of these beds I fill, how crowded my cells are. I want you to come back. So I'm going to lobby the politicians to make it easier for you to come back. I want everything to be a fucking felony. I want sentences to be longer so people stay in here longer. I want when you get out, it's harder for you to get your life straight so you're more likely to come back in. And that should surprise no one why so many people in this country are incarcerated compared to other countries, percentage and per capita wise. There are more people incarcerated in America than most other countries on earth, percentage-wise and in sheer numbers, because people are making money off of it. We all know the prison population. Oh, I saw that 40% on Will. I did not know that. That's a big drop. But like I said, it's probably correcting some of the ills of the past. Like you could get a heavier sentence for possessing crack than actual pure cocaine, when the only illegal substance in crack is cocaine. So how the hell does somebody who has a crack rock, which may only be 10 to 20% of an illegal substance, but the dude with a whole bag of schmack, which is 100% illegal, gets less time? And you wonder why there's so many of these people in there and not those people. Going back to the box, Tim, that's a lot of weird people out there. Yeah, Chris. Guess he just backs Trump on the pedo accusations. I just don't see how I can be liberal and argue for him on that one. I don't see how anybody should be arguing for him on that one. Child rape kills more. Trump rapes little girls that then committed suicide. Shouldn't Trump be tried for murder of those little girls? You got to prove all of that shit. You're saying that Trump took the sexual innocence of little girls and they took their own lives? Where's the evidence for any of this? I haven't heard any proof of any of that. That's a bit slanderous. Michael Thomas, good evening. Welcome to the program, Mike. Before you speak, Mike, hold on a second, Mike, before you come up. I brought up a clip. Hang on a second, Mike. I brought up this clip because I had this online. Now, this is to predominantly my African American audience. Does this resonate with you at all? I thought this was kind of wild, but I want you to hear this.
Ever notice how black people have to live two lives just to survive? At work, at school, even at the grocery store. One, we become actors in it. They call it code switching. It's when you change how you talk, walk, or even laugh just to make faces comfortable. Your home voice, what's up, you good? Your off voice, hi, how are you today? Even how you laugh has to shrink because too much joy, too loud, and suddenly you're intimidating. And let's be real, code switching is exhausting. You're basically erasing parts of yourself to make others feel okay about you existing. It's the silent acts of being black in America. Every joke you don't tell, every word you overpronounce is a reminder. Play the role or pay the price. But here's the feel-good truth. We are finally done apologizing for who we are. Every code switched day is one day closer to a world where our full voices are enough. Drop BU in the comments.
Now, real quick, does that resonate with anybody? Do you see any validity in that, Mike?
Enjoy the work that you do and they can share the stories like you just said. Ladies and gentlemen, Nathan Fillion.
Michael, are you there? Okay, apparently that individual's watching something else. We'll go ahead and move. Code switching, laughing my ass off. Just be civilized. Hold the door for people. Say please and thank you. That's it. You know, look, I'm going to be honest. It does resonate a little bit. It does resonate a little bit. And I'll tell you. Well, for me personally, rather, like being a 6 foot 6, 300-pound guy. If let's say I'm walking down the street and I see an older white woman in front of me. I'm in a white neighborhood or something like that, and I'm walking faster than her, and she doesn't know I'm behind her. I do slow down or try to avoid getting anywhere near that person. I don't know why. I don't have any reason why. I'm sure some of you folks may be able to fill in the blanks, but some of this stuff actually it does resonate. I didn't realize it until I heard it. Am I just getting this wrong? But I know for a fact my mom used to have two different voices. I know that business voice and I hate that it's like this, but I'm not going to pretend like I haven't seen it among a lot of African Americans. Certainly when I get my African American women on here, they are viewed as angry, where I can get a passionate man, whether they're a Trump supporter or a liberal, and they don't get the same viewpoint. Women get this, angry, mad black woman. I mean, there is some of that. I mean, you got folks that, particularly on the right, they can see all the hostility in the world in Jasmine Crockett. They don't have any problem with Marjorie Taylor Greene at all, and she is just as radical to the right as anything they may perceive Marjorie Taylor Greene is to the left. Marjorie or Jasmine Crockett is to the left. Marjorie Taylor Greene is just as radical in a right-wing direction. But they don't see that. They only see, the likes of Jasmine Crockett or whatever the other woman is out there in California. I can't think of her name right now. She's another black congresswoman out in California. Maxine Waters. They can see it in them. Or even Ilhan Omar in Minnesota. They can see it in them. But there's a lot of females that happen to be white that are also very passionate and cussing and doing, and they don't see it in them. They don't. I mean, like I said, Marjorie Taylor Greene said some pretty wild shit. Bobart. I mean, they don't see it in them at all. So I don't know. Your interview with other countries, your interview with other countries who won't do anything for years by stopping something that can be done, but the boy Trump ain't talking about. Okay, I don't understand what you're trying to say there. I code switch all the time. Growing up in DC, when I'm downtown at clubs and I'm passing crowds of locals that engage me in conversation, I'm talking from high school automatically. It's second nature. Well, okay, let me just make it clear. There are parts of black culture that does not resonate very well with whites. LaQuisha, the names they don't like. I grew up during the time when cornrows and different hairstyles did not resonate very well. They complained about that. In fact, some would suggest that still happens. So this is when they talk about code switching. You need to get the proper hairstyle to fit in. Obviously, now they're talking about pants around your ass, but the way the African American community dresses has always been a problem. So obviously, those, dims, let me ask you a question. The way they speak has always been a problem. I mean, I can see it. I can absolutely see some of this stuff because that stuff is things that the white community has often complained about. As I said, hairstyles, slang words that are being used. I mean, all cultures use slang words, but African American slang words were not popular for a very long time. They would deliberately put the camera on people who didn't speak the language very well. You know, the reporters would go out there doing some kind of event and they find a black person that don't speak English very well and put them on camera with teeth missing and shit. Fortunately, they don't do it as much anymore. But I'm just simply saying, I do see some of this. I do see some of this. Certainly, if you just sound like a typical African American, a lot of people do change their voice when they're in interviews, or they used to be back in the day when you would call for a job. Now you're doing all the shit online, but back in the day when you would call over the phone trying to get a job or whatever, you did have to sound a certain way. Up to and including, like I stated, even what you name your children. If you don't give your child a traditional English name, people have problems with it. People do have problems with that. A lot of black culture has ran into a lot of problems. So code switching is the way to try to alleviate how the white community views a lot of that stuff, is to try to conform and fit what they're used to. Give your kid an English name. Have your kid dressed the way they're comfortable with. Have your kid talk the way they're comfortable with. Have your kid engage with the public the way they're comfortable. That does happen. That absolutely does happen. Whites really don't understand what code switching is. Well, if you don't have to do it, you're not going to understand it. That would make sense. I know my hand been crushed. Old man definitely had too much blood pressure. Do not know what that means. But I do understand. I do understand what Gina, somebody is saying. That is a crock of shit. We all code switch on different environment situations. I'm not talking the same way around my parents, friends, as I am around my BFFs. Yeah, but you're talking about a whole facet of society. But you're right. You're right. You're going to talk differently around your friends than you do around your grandmother or something. There is validity to that. But that's not a whole society, though. You're not talking different because you're hoping to get a job, or you're hoping that the police relate to you better, or you're hoping that, you can actually get into your school of choice. It's not, if you talk, because you're saying that you do it in different environments, different situations, in most cases, it's not going to have a major effect on you the way it would the black community. You can lose whole fucking jobs and shit like that as a black person on the phone sounding like a black person. Or having your resume, if it's got an Afrocentric sounding name, a lot of employers will toss your shit out. LaQuisha Jenkins is not going to go as far as Kelly Schmidt. There's whole parts of that. There is validity to that. LGBTQ people. Oh, this is funny. Oh my God, who said that? Rebecca says LGBTQ people do code switch too. I can't argue. I don't know why. Look, being gay is being gay, but I don't know why a lot of gay males just lighten their voices up. I do not know why that comes along with it. All of them don't do it, by the way. All of them don't do it. It's the feminine gay males the ones they call flaming that have I don't know why they do that, but I guess that would definitely be some version of code switching. Continuing on, tap the screen, get us on up over 100,000. We're pretty damn close. I appreciate you folks that have been showing the program some love. Tap the screen, get the lights on up over the hump. We're just about there. Anyway, looking in the comments. And by the way, if you enjoy just straight up civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of a host trying to block, ban, or censor you, or even dictate what you should say. We don't do any of that here. And we also maintain a MAGA-friendly posture. Always have been that way, always will be. If you enjoy this type of programming, feel free to follow the program if you happen to be watching on Instagram or TikTok. And if you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We're generally here most weekdays. When an entire race of whites stole your culture and freedom, all your inventions and medications from blacks in slavery, I mean. Damn. Now that you put it that way. You misunderstand. One, there are more gay people than what? There are more gay people than males. Women who are not male oriented have to come switch. I don't know what you're saying there either. I don't know. Thank you for providing an open platform for all of us, Tim. Appreciate that, Jen. Anytime. You don't have to agree with anybody here. If you think the host is a piece of shit, you can state that. But add some meat to it so I can have something to discuss about it. Well, look, this is, this is well known since the 1940s. It's no big deal. Chris, I bet it goes back well before that. Probably goes back well before that. Keep in mind the way, during the slave trade, the way you were brought over, you couldn't use your own language. I mean, it started immediately. You ever see the old miniseries Roots, where they took his Kunta Kinte name and made him call himself Toby? I mean, it started immediately. Your language was gone, your religion was gone, your name was gone. In fact, that's where a lot of them LaQuisha and Boomquisha names came from, is that once blacks gained a little bit of freedom, they started separating themselves from a lot of perceived oppressive ways of white people. I want to be able to name my kids what I want without having to conform to, traditional English standards. In the late 70s, early 80s, when you started having all those Afrocentric names came out, for some of you Gen X folks that are African American, you probably remember wearing medallions, the Back to Africa medallions. You would see them in Public Enemy videos and shit like that, and De La Soul and some of the 80s groups. We all had those. I mean, there was a huge push once blacks started getting some freedom to separate from some traditional white culture. Actually, code switch had been around since the 1920s in many films, not race related. Well, when it comes to blacks, my guess is code switching has been around immediately. I mean, like the minute you got off the ships in this country, and the slave owner made it clear that I'm your boss, and you're gonna. I mean, it started from then. Immediately, you started acting different around your captors than you did around your own people. So when he went in the house at night and you guys are out in the field, you went back to what you were used to. When he came out there, you switched. You got a submissive posture. You didn't talk shit. You probably talked less. I mean, code switching started immediately. It didn't start in the 1920s. That shit started immediately. And you had to, or you got beaten or potentially killed. You had to. LGBTQ women who are not masculine have to code switch to be safe in mainstream America. Gay people are not just men. Wait a minute. LGBTQ women, so I guess you're talking about lesbians who are not masculine, have to code switch to be safe in mainstream America. I don't know how. What do you mean by that? That doesn't make sense. If you are a woman, soft-spoken woman with a female voice, you're telling me they got a code switch? In what way? To be safe. I don't understand that. Now you'd have to explain that. Yes, they whipped his back until it was raw and bloody. He finally said, "My name is Toby." Yeah, if you've seen the miniseries Roots, you know that immediately, the minute they got in this country, they had to learn the code switch. All of their customs and ways, religion, language, all of that stuff had to be dropped. If they caught you using any of that, it could be straight violence. So you're code switching immediately. You're changing your ways immediately as a measure of self-preservation. Code switching started immediately. Individual liberty is not a collective. Right? Where is Roots streaming on? That's a great question. My guess is you probably could get it on Amazon. You may have to rent it. It's probably on Amazon. It probably might even be on YouTube as well, because YouTube allows you to watch movies and stuff and rent them. So it's probably either on Amazon or YouTube. I'm looking on here on YouTube. I don't know. Well, I put in Roots, and The Roots, the band came up. There's clips from it. Damn. The infamous scene that took Roots. Damn, they got a woman on here. It looks like kissing, but damn, her tits look fantastic. Anyway, let me go back to the comments. Millennials always trying to make up stuff. What do you mean by that? I'm looking at this. Maybe they took it off. It was a thumbnail. They used a thumbnail for it. Anyway, it was a picture of one of the characters from Roots, and man, the way she looked must have been AI, because she was hot. Anyway, yeah, you can see it there, but they don't. They use it as a thumbnail, so you can't actually get it. But I'm trying to see if I could blow it up. There we go. Let me see if I can let you see what I'm looking at. Shit. No, you ain't gonna be able to see it. There you go. You see her down at the bottom there, but the minute you zoom in on it, it seems to. There you go. I mean, god damn. Who is that character? I don't remember her from Roots. I would have liked it a little bit more if I remember her. Who is this lady? I can't. The minute I bring it up, the thumbnail goes off. But god damn, the cleavage on that woman. Anyway, looking in the comments, we called it talking proper. Yeah, we did call it that coming up. It wasn't called code switching. It was called talking proper. I do remember that. What difference does it make about Roots accuracy? It's documented through oral and written history, the cruelty of slavery. That's the reason Roots became such a big miniseries, is because it was the first time people could relate to the horrors that took place during that era. Because if you talk to your people before Gen X, what is that? Baby boomers and the silent generation before that. If you talk to them folks, they'll tell you they didn't really discuss that shit coming up. Wasn't taught in schools at all. As Gen Xers, we're kind of the first generation where they started actually telling you about some of that stuff. The generations before us, they didn't tell them that at all. And then, of course, the millennials and all of these alphas and all these other new generations are learning a lot more about it. But when we came up, you really were only given attributes of most of the people that were white. You had a little bit of Black History Month in there, but you go back into the early 70s. There was little to no acknowledgement for most of the Black community at all, unless you lived in, Chicago or some of the bigger Black cities. They were kind of doing it, but it just was not much there at all. And then when Roots came out, from the Alex Haley novel adaptation of the movie, it showed a lot of stuff that people had never really thought about. I mean, you got people like Ron DeSantis even now talking about there were benefits to slavery, and Bill O'Reilly talking about the slaves were treated nicely and shit like that. They're kind of painting a rosy picture. They don't tell you stuff like, to produce more slaves, forced breeding took place. They forced female slaves to breed. I believe they said they were expected to have like 6 or 7 kids by the age of 20 something, like 22. So it kept her pregnant every year. She didn't have the ability to say no to any of that. So you're just basically raping a woman over and over again. That shit ain't covered. So people didn't really know, or probably didn't think much about how brutal that shit really was. How brutal it was. And that's in addition to breeding. The master is coming in and getting him a little something every now and then too. I mean, they're not waiting for you. Talking about Epstein, ain't nobody waiting for anybody to be 18 back then. There was zero accountability. You could basically do whatever you wanted to a minor and then kill them afterwards, and there would be no sort of accountability whatsoever. So yeah, none of that was being taught back then. Anyway, looking in the comments, stop it with equating your sexual preference to a race or culture. LGBTQ created their own culture. Is that how you see that? I'm under listen, well, I think you start throwing in all of the letters there, but I'm under the impression you can be born lesbian or gay. I don't think it's something you create. Certainly, when you consider how we treat members of that community in society, why would you want to voluntarily be doing that? If you're gay, I believe you're probably really fucking gay. I mean, society treats some people terrible, even in 2025. But the further back you go, the worse it was. I mean, it wasn't even safe. You wouldn't do that voluntarily. I just don't see it. I watched every episode of Roots, even though I had school the next morning. There was a second one with the father from the Brady Bunch. He was in that one as a slave owner. There was a second one. I think also, what is the girl's name? Somebody, Sandy Duncan or something. There was a second one that was not as good. The one with LeVar Burton and James Olmos from Good Times. The first one was the best one, but there was a second one that they had. I don't think it did as well. And the first one was designed to actually tell the story, written in regards to the Alex Haley novel. The second one was just cashing in on the fact that the first one was such a phenomenon. So now you're just making a part two to make money. The second one didn't do as well. I'm stoned and eating vanilla ice cream with sprinkles. Well, marijuana is her name. The name of this individual is Marijuana Witch. Okay. All right. Make sure I didn't miss any. Jesus, stoned and eating ice cream. Shout out to you. Enjoy the ice cream, man. Real quick in the comments, XRP, the next Bitcoin. Crypto crazy. I don't know. Do any of you folks dibble in that in crypto? I don't dibble in it as much. I thought about getting into it when Trump and Melania started purchasing coins because they're going to tailor our government so that their shit makes money. I haven't gotten in it. Does any of you folks dibble and dabble in crypto? Because there has to be ways of making money just following in Trump's footsteps. He's just literally dripping fucking money, and he's changing all the laws so that he just continues to make more. So I thought about it when he got into it. I'm like, I'll get into it just to buy some of his shit. But then again, I hear it didn't do well. So I don't know. No, it's a gamble, says Chris. So it's not really an investment. It's more of a gamble. It's not like purchasing gold or property where you're guaranteed for it to accrue value over time. More like a gamble, huh? That's what he wants you to think. Harsha, okay, fair enough. 60% of Trump's net worth is now tied to his crypto. 60%? Really? And I see right after your comment, somebody said it's a scam. All the killing is coming from the gang culture. Black people wasn't killing themselves like that. That's a good point too. They weren't killing them. You know, that's a good point. I don't know why so many people consider the black community to be violent. When you really think of the history of this country, most of the violence in this country was not coming from the black community. Most of the history of this country, blacks were in a state of submission. So they were not the violent culture in this country. It's just in recent times, probably from the crack. And you're right, when you say drugs and gangs, the crack epidemic of the late 80s is when the black community really got dangerous. Because when we were youngins, people joined gangs to belong. You know, maybe to deal with bullies. You know, I got 5 friends, the bully ain't gonna fuck with me anymore. Or maybe to spray paint and tag or hang out under a bridge and smoke cigarettes when you were too young. That's what people were dealing with gangs when you go back to the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Once drugs hit the black community, you suddenly had adult gangbangers. When I was a juvenile, you didn't have adults in fucking gangs. We had a gang called the Disciples. It wasn't grown people in it. But all of a sudden, once the drug trade hit, people started being able to make real money in gangs. And now all of a sudden, you got adult gang members. And then that's when it got very, very violent as well. Well, I can think back to the late 70s and early 80s you didn't have adults in that shit. People weren't shooting each other. You might have somebody get, maybe a fight between different blocks or something like that. At the worst, somebody might pick up a bottle and crack it and, threaten to stab you with it. At the worst, sticks and pipes, kind of like the movie The Warriors. It was actually kind of like that. That's what gangs were. People didn't actually get killed because, like I stated, it generally was not full-grown adults. Now that shit is set up like a corporation. You got neighborhoods dealing product and motherfuckers in zip codes saying this is my territory. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. So putting drugs out there, as some might say, putting drugs in the black community, created more havoc for the black community than anything else. You want to talk about Margaret Sanger? No. Talk about the crack epidemic. People try to say, well, Margaret Sanger is the one that was responsible for more black deaths. No. That fucking drugs, that stuff is probably responsible for more black misery and death than anything. And the difference between that and Margaret Sanger, at least they're walking into her office voluntarily. A lot of that shit gets you hooked, and yeah, it's a big mess. But like I said, before that, the black community wasn't violent. Before drugs infiltrated the black community was not known to be violent. Poor, yeah. A few petty crabs here and there, yeah. People getting killed, no. It was not like that. It was nowhere near that bad. Blacks never was leaders in gangs in big cities. Well, because you go back to that era, it's probably more like the mob. Probably was more like the mob and shit, and then it slowly eroded into because they didn't really the mafia, if I'm correct, they didn't really get involved in drugs. They had other shit, gambling and all kinds of other outfits they ran. But once they flooded the black community with drugs, is when you started having all sorts of disasters in the black community. So, and that's late 80s to now. Late 80s to now. No one wants. Why you guys keep talking about people being gay in the comments? I'm not even gonna read that. Didn't the CIA have a hand in putting drugs in the black community? That is the overall mindset, is that they had something to do with it. To fund the Contras, put the drugs in the community, took the money being used to purchase out of the community and used it for pet programs. I think during was it during the Reagan era? I think during the Reagan era, maybe even Nixon I think it was Reagan more like though. But yes, that is the mindset, is that the CIA deliberately flooded the black community with drugs for nefarious purposes up to and including racism. Somebody said Nixon, but Reagan was part of it as well. I don't think Reagan was any fan of the African American community. And I don't think, looking back, there's a whole lot of things to champion that Reagan did for the African American community. I don't see anything looking back. I mean, he's been out of office now 40 plus years. I don't think there's anything to look back and say, man, the black community really benefited from Reagan. Now, remember, a lot of folks are saying that President Trump has done more for black people than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. What do you think his legacy will be? Do you think Trump's legacy will be very positive for the black community? Now, first term, they're going to bring up HBCUs and stuff like that. He's in office on the second term. That will be part of his legacy as well. It won't just be the first term. It will be his second term as well. Do you think his legacy will be positive in regards to what he has done for the black community? We'll see. The arms cocaine Contra arms conspiracy was far-reaching. Yeah. Reagan was the law and order anti-crack president. Really? No. First of all, the crack epidemic didn't really settle in until after Reagan was gone. Reagan was in office from 80 to 88. Remember movies, for some of you African Americans in the audience, remember movies like New Jack City and all of that were really there talking about he was gone already. Reagan was only in office till 88. The crack epidemic was really just taking flight then. So no, Reagan was had nothing to do with that. That would have been after him. Maybe you want to talk about George H.W., who would have been in during that time. We will go down in history as greatest ever. We'll go down in history as greatest ever. You think Trump, in regards to his relationship with blacks, will go down in history as the greatest ever? Is that what you're saying? If so, I would like to know, what are you basing that on? I would love to know what you're basing that on. Homosexuals have always existed. Historically, blaming blacks and LGBTQ has always been about using minorities to deflect from systemic issues, the same way immigrants are being blamed now. Yuck, yikes. A lot of folks feel that way. Before I continue on, I want to make sure I didn't skip over anybody. What does I say here? Look up the story about white boy Rick. There's a movie on that. Was he the one from Detroit? White boy Rick. He got out, didn't he? I think there's a movie about white boy Rick. If that's what I think you're talking about, he was a young cat out of Detroit. I think I know what you're talking about. The movie Blow. That's the one with what is the guy from 21 Jump Street? The French guy. The one that just had a really big case in the news recently because his girlfriend and him got into it. What is that guy's? Johnny Depp. He's the one in Blow I think you're talking about. I have seen it. What did any other president do? I think if Trump doesn't do anything else, he has done seemingly more for black community. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Yeah, that's based on right now, Trump's been in office for 4 years, 7 months. He served as president for 4 years, 7 months. There's no way in hell Trump should qualify as being at the top of anything. You're going to keep in mind, Lincoln freed the slaves. Lyndon B. Johnson gave black civil rights. Trump ain't done nothing that comes remotely fucking close to that. Remotely close to that. So, I mean, even when you look at Obama, who many suggest didn't do much for blacks at all, I mean, universal health care alone benefited a whole. What has Trump done to put him in that category? What has Trump really did that benefited a whole lot of blacks to that level? I don't, unless something really significant comes down the pipe, Trump doesn't come close to being able to say he did more for blacks than anybody else. Not even close. I don't think hardly any blacks are walking around saying that. And I'm talking about even black MAGA ain't saying nothing like that. I would love to know what he did. If we got to go that far back, come on. If you're going to say you've done more for blacks than any president, then that's all of them. Of course we're going to go far back. You said you did more for all of them. I would tell you, even in more recent time, though, look at Trump when he's on TV with his cabinet. You know, when you're looking at Kristi Noem and you look at his cabinet's all white. Do we exclude all of the African Americans that Biden and Obama appointed to high office? We exclude all of that? What has Trump done to beat all? I mean, you know, they both appointed back. Well, Obama appointed Sotomayor, so she's Hispanic, but Biden appointed Ketanji Brown. Biden is responsible for the first female black president. Biden is basically responsible for, at least partially, for the first black president as well, because he ran with Obama, then he won and put in Kamala Harris. Now, you know, if you don't agree with their politics, that's a whole different conversation. I get it. A hell of a lot of you don't think Biden or Kamala Harris or Obama even done shit for the country. We can debate that in another section. But we're just talking about doing things for the black community. When you think of all the appointments that Biden has made that are people of color, he fought for the George Floyd Act, which the Republicans shot down. He fought to give student loan forgiveness, which would have helped a ridiculous amount of blacks. What has Trump done to put him in that conversation? And I'm willing to entertain it if he did something. Shit, correct me. I'll admit if you're right, but I don't see what's out there. I mean, Trump lets you know when he's done good shit. What is Trump saying he's done for black people? What is he really bragging about he's done? There's plenty of black MAGA out there. What are black MAGA bragging about that Trump has done for the black community? Now, in the comments, what does it say? Cue ball or something. George Floyd was the worst advocate for anything. I don't disagree that almost what I guess what would amount to as a habitual felon. I don't disagree that he does not make a good spokesperson, but nevertheless, what they were fighting for is necessary. Okay, don't name it the George Floyd bill, name it something else. I get your point, but when you're talking about banning chokeholds and holding cops responsible and having a database, something else that Trump got rid of is a federal database tracking the activities of bad officers. He got rid of that. He came up with some reason, saying it was redundant or a waste or something. He got rid of it. I mean, I don't see it. And I'm willing to give Trump some credit. I'm not just here to bash him uncontrollably. If he was doing a bunch for the black community, I'd give him credit. I don't know where you're getting that from, and I don't know where he's getting it from. There's not a lot that Trump can brag about he's done for the black community. And I'm talking about his first term. His second term, it's zero. His second term is zero. I mean, all of the federal firings, you're firing people that are probably part of the black community. It's zero. All of the grants and federal money that was available to the black community, all of the DEI stuff, it's zero. The affirmative action, I mean, it's almost as though he's targeting the black community. So the second go round is even worse. We can tackle his economy, which people believe was pretty good in his first term, which helped the black community. We can talk about his fairly good jobs reports during his first term before the pandemic, which helped the black community. But this second term, I don't think there's anything in there. I mean, he done went back to naming bases back at the Confederacy and everything. I don't think there's anything in there. I can't think of anything he's done. He hasn't appointed anybody of color, nothing. There's really nothing in there at all. So I cannot imagine. And by the way, in the comments, so Brian says DEI is racist as fuck. It's difficult to go into this because DEI, in my humble opinion, is the American way. DEI has been the American way since we have been a nation. What do I mean by that? You've known for most of America's history that the next mayor, the next police chief, the next governor, the next fire chief, the next judge, you knew the next person was going to be white. You knew the next general in the military was going to be a white person, a white male. Didn't matter if some black guy died on the field and saved a whole platoon or came close to dying on the field. He wasn't going to get promoted to general. You knew that already. The point I make, DEI, we were founded on that. It just benefited white males. The minute it started being used to benefit other people, it became problematic. And guess who is the predominant complainer? White males. Understandably. If you are getting first digs on all of this shit, and all of a sudden they start going with DEI and equality, you're going to be the one that's hit the hardest by that. Because you used to get everything without anybody else even being considered. The overall, the primary complainant of DEI is white males. And like I said, I totally understand because they're the ones that are being hurt the most by it. Because they knew they were going to get the overwhelming majority of positions without anybody else having any opportunity. It doesn't matter where I went to school, doesn't matter what my merit was or how well I performed on the job. If I wanted to be the next fire chief or police chief and a white guy with the same merit wanted the job, he was going to get it damn near 100% of the time. All things equal, I was going to lose 100% of the time. And that is assuming that I would even be allowed to apply and interview for the position at all. That's DEI. That's exactly what they're complaining about now. You're getting the job without the merit. You're getting the job based on skin color, sexual preference, gender. They were getting the job based on being a white male. That's it, period. Go to any of your city halls and look at all of the fucking pictures on the wall of all the past judges, past mayors of that town. You'll notice one thing in common. They're all white. They're all white. Most cities throughout America, they're like that. Doesn't matter what the population of the town is. They're all white. That's DEI. That's DEI. It's the same thing you're complaining about now. It didn't become racist as fuck until it started benefiting other people. Even though we got 200 plus years of history where it was being done to help white people, and everybody was fine with it. Okay. Looking in the comments, because white people, somebody said because white people are the best. It ain't hard to be the best when you're not giving anybody else a chance. It ain't hard to be the best. I'm just going to stand up here and keep swinging at pitches until I hit a home run, and then I'm going to brag about my hitting record. Meanwhile, all the other people are sitting in the dugout like, why can't I swing at a pitch? Yeah, of course you're the best. You got the best hitting record out of everybody. You're the only guy at bat. Makes sense to me. Yeah, you are the best. Nobody else was given a chance. Just game the system. Say, well, I'm the best at it. Yeah, okay. Makes sense? The way you're talking about Trump, you would think he's already out of office. No. Why would you say that? Why would I say that? No, he still has 3.5 years almost to go. But the notion was he's done more for blacks than anybody else. And I stated that out of his first 4 years and 7 months, he's been in office about 4 years and 7 months so far. He hasn't done anything that would put him in the high rankings with Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson, FDR, Abraham Lincoln. I don't think in terms of, at least for the black community, he would be in the ranks with Biden, Obama, Bill Clinton. All of them have done more for the black community than Trump. All of them have. In terms of appointments, in terms of government allegations to help out poor people that are struggling to get ahead, all of that stuff. I don't know where, other than the HBCU stuff from Trump, which a lot of them other people have done too, what else is there? What else has he done other than the HBCU stuff that is strictly for black people? Can you think of for Trump? Very few, if any, appointments of African American. There's just not a lot there. I would give him credit for what's there. I give him credit for some of the HBCU stuff, but there's not much there. So how does he get a high ranking among what he's done for black people? What's really there? You got to get that way. You got to get off that way of thinking. I'm open to being corrected there, sir. Who said that? I can't. Cuba. Look, if my way of thinking on Trump in regards to what he's done for African Americans is wrong, damn it, state it in the comments. I'll read it, and I'll gladly admit I'm wrong where it is stated clearly. What do we say? When we say we're MAGA friendly, when we say we don't block, ban, or censor, damn it, we mean it. When we say we're not a know-it-all, we absolutely mean that. I don't have the answer to every fucking thing. I'm analyzing it based on how it's presented. If I get it wrong and you point it out, I'll concede the point any day. But I'm just simply saying, based on what I know of Trump and what you guys are presenting of Trump, I don't see any way in the world how he should be ranked as very high up on the list as a president that's done things for black people. Correct me. Damn it, show me what you got. I'll read it out. And if I got to concede a point, I'll do it. I don't know anything that's there. Like I said, this time he's came in and he's kind of been anti-African American. And we haven't even gotten to the point because of some liberal judges blocking him from revoking TPS status from Haitian migrants. Once he starts going after the Haitian migrants, because he removed temporary protected status from the Haitian migrants in July, I think it was. And he gave them till September 2nd to either self-deport or, just like everybody else, become a fugitive immigrant. Now, a judge has blocked him removing TPS. So as of September 2nd, he cannot just go and start rounding up Haitian migrants yet. But he is fighting to do that. Once he gets permission to deem the Haitian migrants in this country as basically undocumented illegal aliens and start, that's going to be a bunch of black folks. And I can assure you, just like with the Hispanic crowd, there will be American-born citizens that just happen to be black that's going to get caught up in that. This is the guy we're talking about that has done more for black people. That will absolutely happen. That is absolutely happening in the Hispanic community. That regular folks that are American citizens that just happen to be brown or are of Hispanic descent are being grabbed and detained at Home Depots and shit like that and being demanded to prove they have a legal right to be in America. American citizens are being grabbed and being demanded to prove that. That's going to happen to some black people once they get the right to round up the Haitians. But that's the guy that did more for black people. Like I said, show me where I'm wrong, I'll agree to it. But that don't sound good. That does not sound good. Looking in the comments, they're not black, they're Haitian. You're saying black for the most. Hold on a second. Why does it, when it come to black people, country start, look, when we say people are white, you don't say they're Irish. You don't say they're Spanish. You don't say they're from Ukraine. You say they're white. They're white people. If you are Haitian and you're walking down the street, damn it, you're a black man. Period. You're a black man. You wouldn't see Simon Cowell walking down the street and call him anything else other than white. He ain't black, he's Haitian. No, he's Haitian too, but he's black. If he gets a driver's license, which I'm sure he has one, Bryce Ferd. Wow, thank you. Thank you. Send the program off right. Appreciate that good galaxy. Bryce, thank you. If any Haitian migrant, which they do have driver's license, once you get TPS status, you can legally drive in America. You know their race is on their driver's license. In the spot where it says race, it does not say Haitian. Nobody puts countries down in a spot that says race. Nobody does that. It says black. It says black. Same thing applied to Kamala Harris when they were trying to say she was Jamaican and Indian. No, she's a black woman. If she committed a crime and she was running from police and they had a wanted poster of her up, it would say she was a black woman. It would not say she's Jamaican and Indian. Nobody looks for you based on the country of your ancestry. That just doesn't happen. Trump released many nonviolent offenders from jail, which overwhelmingly helps black people who were arrested for nonviolent offenses. There's a lot of presidents that have done that, though. Biden did that. Obama did that. Clinton did that. A lot of presidents did that. But that is a good thing. I don't know what percentage Trump released in terms of violent offenders from jail. I know he pardoned a handful of people, a couple of hip hop artists like Lil Wayne and Kodak Black and some of them, but a lot of presidents pardoned African Americans. So, like I said, we're talking about putting him among the best for black people. And by the way, if we can acknowledge that George Floyd is a poor representative, so would bragging about letting out people out of jail. They too are some felons and shit like that. So I don't know if you can go with one and not the other, but look, I believe our criminal justice system is way too harsh. A lot of Americans like it like that, but I think it is a animal creation factory, which increases the likelihood of recidivism. So if you're letting people out of jail and giving them a chance to better their life, I'm all for that. I don't believe in indefinite incarceration, which a lot of people in this country do believe in. If you do something wrong, you should be in jail for fucking ever. That's how a lot of people in this country believe. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You sound like my ex-wife. Anyway, I don't benefit from those prison releases. Yeah, right. Most of the black community does not benefit from Trump letting people out of prison. When we're talking about what has he done to help out the black community overall, there's not a lot there. And despite how you may feel about yours truly, the host, I'd give a man credit. I get a lot of liberals on my back all the damn time because they think I give Trump too much credit for shit. If I thought he was helping out black people, I would be willing to agree and give him credit for that. There's nothing there. Not the second term. There's nothing there. He's literally cutting ways that poor blacks would have access to college and universities. The funding, the federal funding for a lot of schools is going to be less. That shit. Because look, the black community is the poorest community among us. So when you start cutting federal funding, that community is going to get hit the hardest because that community is one of the communities that need the money the most. So what he's doing is actually going to be adverse to the black community. If some positive shit comes down the pipe, I'll come back later and talk about it, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it at all. 400 years and we still talking about race. What does that mean? Do you look at Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement as something that was 400 years ago when they actually had the beginning of color TVs and stuff? Like you watch any of those clips and damn, there's Martin Luther King back from 20, what would that be, 1625? Is that how you look at it? You know, Martin Luther King was existing in the 1600s. I mean, 400 years ago, really? 400 years ago was the beginning of it. It's the beginning of it. It ended a whole lot more recently, though. Black people have better lived. Black people have, you got Beaver lived in a better America, and you take it for granted. Oh, you say black people have never lived in a better America, you take it for granted. That's true, but that applies to white people too. I mean, you know, the country is technologically, well, you don't have the superiority you used to have, so maybe that's not as true for white people. But no, the country is better for blacks than it's ever been. I don't think they're taking it for granted, though. But to some degree, they should be able to take equality for granted. I mean, should you feel special because you're treated as equal? You should be able to take that for granted. I woke up and they treated me like they treat every other human being. You should be able to take that for granted. That should not make you feel like you getting some kind of special treatment. Well, your ass should be lucky we treating you as equals. That's kind of the way you're making it sound. They take equality for granted. Okay. If the sniffy Biden family were innocent, they wouldn't have forced the pardons they did. I normally would agree with you, but the way Trump is on a mission of retribution, I see a lot of validity in the pardons that Biden gave out. In fact, my guess is if Biden could go back and do it again, he would hand out more pardons. Trump is going after every perceived enemy in existence. He's going after Biden, or not Biden, he's going after Obama. I think he's talked about going after Hillary Clinton, would lock her up stuff for sure. Perhaps Nancy Pelosi's in that mix. He wanted Liz Cheney so fucking bad. Now he's talking about, who else did he talk about recently? Jack Smith, the lawyer that, I mean, look, normally I would agree with you in regards to Biden giving these blanket pardons, but the way Trump has been in office as just a straight revenge president, it made sense. It actually made sense he should have just literally wrote a blanket pardon to every liberal in America. I mean, the guy's going after Stephen Colbert and motherfucking, what is Oprah Winfrey, Gayle King, and threatening to take Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship away. Biden should have offered more pardons. It's pretty clear that Trump is vindictive. It's pretty clear that Trump is a very vengeful president. Otherwise, I would agree with you. But with him going after everybody like that, universities that he don't like, NPR and public broadcasting TV, he's going after everybody. Even the Washington Commanders, he's going after them because they won't change their name back to the Redskins. God damn. Everybody. You don't have to be guilty to get one of Biden's pardons when that's the next guy that's going to follow up after him. So I think Biden's pardons are very valid now that we've seen what Trump is doing since he got in office. Don't fuck with the Donald, says Jeff. The problem is it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. If you didn't have a snowflake in the White House, he would have skin that's thick enough to let some shit roll off his back. You don't have to attack every fucking body that speaks ill of you. Threaten everybody, bully everybody, scare the shit out of everybody. CBS television station, that station is on its way to becoming state TV. Now that, they got rid of Colbert, he's threatening Gayle King. The merger with ByteDance, the head of ByteDance is one of his close associates, so CBS is going to start showing nothing but pro-Trump shit. If they have an episode of FBI or FBI International on there that speaks ill of something that looks like Trump, Trump's probably going to get on social media and say FBI is leaning left. You probably are not going to, you're going to start seeing CBS looking like a right-wing television station, probably. My guess. I know nothing like he was when he was president the first time. No, that's not true. Trump is the same president he was the first time. It has nothing to do with Biden's open border policy, so that's why he had to get strict on immigration or anything. The reason Trump comes across as different on his second go round than his first go round is simple. He has a lot more power and a lot more of a loyal following. Trump is not doing anything on his second go round that he didn't intend to do on his first go round. He just could not do it. Even after following Obama, the guy who was securing the border, deporting everybody, and putting kids in cages, Trump came in office just as equally gung-ho at deporting people as he is now. Why do they got to come from shithole countries? I want a Muslim ban. He wanted to do it the first time. He just couldn't do it because you didn't have a strong Supreme Court like you do now. He didn't have a whole following of administrative personnel that are loyal and just going to say yes to him. Milley and folks like Attorney General Barr and Mike Pence were not just going to say yes. J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, they're going to say yes to anything. So he's the same guy. He just has a whole lot more power and a whole lot less resistance the second go round. So it makes it so he can do a lot more. Remember, John McCain gets up there and gives him a thumbs down, blocking his attempt to repeal Obamacare. That ain't going to happen this second go round. Most of the Congress and Senate are scared of him. There is really no John McCain's on this second go round. Those people don't exist. They're going to stand back and let him do that. So he's the same guy. He just has a lot more power. And he's a lot more pissed with that power. He was pissed the first time. He was pissed off the first time. He just couldn't do nothing about it. He would have done all of the same stuff he's doing now. He was just as equally pissed off the first time. The guy just does not tolerate negativity towards him, insults, the stuff he does to other people. He don't tolerate you doing that to him. Even the media. Remember, what is the guy's name? Ducey, Fox News. He would ask Karine St. Pierre, the Biden spokesperson, the African-American woman there, all of those gotcha questions, sometimes making her look like a fool. Karine St. Pierre, you had, I think his name is Peter Ducey. Or Steve. One of them is the father at Fox, and the other one is the son that does the interview. So it's I think his name is Peter Ducey. But he would ask all of those gotcha questions to the Biden administration. And you know what? Every time there was another news conference, they let Peter come right back on in and ask more gotcha questions. The Biden administration, despite many believing they were incompetent, they at least had the gall to take the tough questions, even if it made him look bad. Peter Ducey was always invited back. He was even there on Karine St. Pierre's last day. Trump, on the other hand, you ask him a gotcha question, he'll take away your whole media pass. He does not take the tough questions. Remember the whole notion that the liberals don't appear on Fox and they avoid, they only want to take the easy networks. You don't see Trump on CNN or MSNBC. Trump ain't going in none of those environments. He's calling Fox every day. And the right had no problem criticizing liberals that were avoiding right-wing media. Trump came in there and suddenly, well, it's okay, they don't like him anyway. They're fake news, so we don't mind them avoiding them. As if Fox News liked Obama or Biden. As if Fox News always tells the truth on Biden or Obama. It's the same shit. It's just in reverse. And they can see it better now when it's their guy as opposed to the other one. But Trump, you don't get to ask Trump many tough questions. You ask him a tough question, you probably won't be invited back. Which is basically censoring the media. I get somebody on the program that asks me something tough in the calls or something challenging. Shit, if I don't know the answer, I'll concede and give you credit for presenting your point. Fucking block you or censor you. That ain't how it's supposed to work. He does that. Why did Obama and Clinton push and hound President Trump for 8 years solid if they didn't want him as a president? How did Bill Clinton hound President Trump? How did Obama hound President Trump? In fact, thinking back to the Obama administration, Trump was far more critical of Obama than Obama was of Trump. Obama was running the country. Whether you think he was running the country into the ground or not, or whatever your opinion of Obama is okay, but Obama was not in the Oval Office constantly talking about Trump. Trump was at Mar-a-Lago constantly talking about Obama. Trump was the one saying the guy was born in Kenya and constantly. Obama wasn't attacking or hounding Trump. It was the other way around. Trump was the one hounding Obama. I don't know where you get that one from. Trump was constant. I mean, how long did the birther movement go on? Yeah, Hillary Clinton started it, but goddamn, did Trump take it to a new level or what? How long was Trump saying that Obama was born in Kenya? So, yeah, Obama wasn't hounding Trump. It's the other way around. Definitely the other way around. Trump and the Republicans cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. Trump and the Republicans are destroying our country, says Francos. Wow. Yikes. And Brian says Obama is a terrorist. I would love to know what are you basing that on? In the comments, though, Carolyn, I don't mind the criticism. She says I sound crazy. Fair enough. But add a little bit of meat on the bread so I know what the hell you're talking. Just simply saying you sound crazy, or some people have put a clown emoji. That doesn't say shit. You're on an uncensored program. Damn it, you can speak your opinion here. If you think I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, you can actually say that with a little bit more of elaboration to it. Nobody gets blocked or banned here. When you sit there and take time out to say something that has no context in it whatsoever, you almost kind of sound as crazy as the person you're trying to suggest is crazy. You kind of sound like yourself. Type some shit in it that I can work with. Nobody's censoring you. Type something in there. Obama wasn't born in Hawaii. It's been proven already. And he's gay. Yeah, and all that's been proven on. By who? By who? Who is, I watched Sheriff Joe Arpaio did a whole stint, just like Mike Lindell did this stint about showing how the 2020 election was stolen. Sheriff Joe Arpaio did something a few years earlier showing how Obama was allegedly born in Kenya, I think he was saying, or something like that. They went over there, they went to Hawaii, and they found a random woman that was apparently born either on the same day or the same week as Obama. And they showed her birth certificate, and her birth certificate did not have the same, I'm looking for a cup to show you. Her birth certificate did not have the same look as Obama's birth certificate. So they suggested that because her birth certificate looked different than Obama's birth certificate, that was proof that what Obama was showing people was a fraud. I'm looking for a cup because I actually have I guess I got it in a different location, but I have a cup that has Obama's birth certificate on the back of it. It's actually a campaign artifact. But anyway, so Sheriff Joe Arpaio down in Arizona was able to get a woman that was born at the same time as Obama to show her birth certificate, and that was being used as proof that because her birth certificate was in a different format and all this stuff, it meant that Obama's was fake. And I had a lot of folks on the right sitting that to me and say, see, this shows that Obama is a phony. Same thing, kind of like 2,000 Mules. And my first response to them is, what evidence you have that the woman's birth certificate is accurate? You're so gung-ho on going after Obama that you just assume this woman is telling you the truth. What proof do you have that she ain't lying to you? And you'd be amazed at the stumped look on their faces. They had no explanation for that. They had never even thought about that. They just automatically assumed that what Sheriff Arpaio was saying was true. And like, okay, her birth certificate is different than his, but you got to actually prove hers is accurate. You haven't done that. You're just assuming that. And that was the end of that. That was the whole end of that. But yeah, there's no proof that Obama was born in Kenya. And I see in the comments somebody says, dude, he admitted to being born in Kenya years ago. He also admitted that Trump lost the 2020 election. He admitted that the country has all kinds of systemic racism issues. He's admitted you don't buy anything else but him saying he's born in Kenya. That's the only thing. Okay, all of the other shit he said, you're picking and choosing. You suddenly believe him when he says that. But anything else he says, he's lying about it. You get zero credibility for that. If you were somebody who truly, generally believed Obama, we could have this conversation. But the notion that I believe everything Obama says is a lie, except him being born in Kenya, I'm going to believe that one. You have no credibility based on that. You don't believe shit Obama says, so why bring up that he said he was born in Kenya? Everything else he told you, you don't believe. Then as far as I'm concerned, you get to no credibility. Obama did say he was born in Kenya. Why would he say that? I don't fucking know why he would say that. Why would Trump say he's going to release the Epstein list? People say shit all the time. You don't have, that's the way you answer all of the Trump questions. Why would he say that? Why would you have an excuse for that? And by the way, I have never seen Obama say he was born in Kenya. I have never seen that. But even if he did say it, I'm going to go back to my original statement. You don't believe anything Obama says. Obama's pointed out all kinds of problems with America. Remember the apology tour? How he pointed out all the flaws that we have bestowed upon the rest of the world. You didn't believe any of that. So you can't just pick and choose when you suddenly believe a guy. If you can't prove he was born in Kenya, I don't buy it. And there is no proof of that. And by the way, it also leads to President Trump himself, because Trump has spoken on it. I want you to hear a clip, because when you start talking about where Obama was born, I want you to hear this clip, because I think it kind of adds context to what we are actually talking about. It's a little bit of a commercial running here, but I'll go ahead and cue it in.
Now, not to mention her in the same breath, but Hillary Clinton and her campaign of 2008 started the birther controversy. I finished it. You know what I mean. President Barack Obama was born in the United States, period. Now we all want to get back to making America strong and great again. Thank you.
So the point is, why would he say that? If you're going to suggest Obama said he was born in Kenya, why would he say? Then why would Trump say he was born in America? Why would he say that? So we could go back and forth with that all day. But the fact is, Trump had ran the birther issue as far as it could. He was pretty much close to being president at that point, and it had no political value to him anymore. Trump was running the birther issue just for political expediency. By the way, they started doing it to Kamala Harris for a minute. Bill O'Reilly on his podcast stated that he was one of the people that told Trump, this is not going to work again. But they were trying to start saying that Kamala Harris wasn't born in America. They were going to use that on her too. And O'Reilly said he told Trump, like, this ain't going to work. Like, people are going to buy this again. But they were trying to say she was born in another country, which is why you heard a lot of people talking about she's not American. She's Jamaican and Indian or something like that. This shit was made up. This shit was meant to otherize her. Fact is, every person of color that has ran for the nation's highest office has been otherized. There's been 4 of them in recent times. I'm not going to go all the way back to Jesse Jackson or none of that. I'm going to talk about the 4 in recent times. Obviously, Obama, Kamala Harris, Nikki Haley, and Vivek Ramaswamy. All 4 of them, people of color, the minute they ran for office, people started otherizing them. Obviously, Obama was suddenly born in Kenya. Kamala Harris was suddenly Jamaican and Indian. Nikki Haley became Nimrata, and they started attacking the shit out of Vivek Ramaswamy's wife and him. All 4 of them, even the conservative people of color, started coming into all sorts of walls when they ran for the nation's highest office. Everybody started otherizing them. There were plenty of folks all over Vivek Ramaswamy who is viewed in high regard among Republicans. When he was running for president, go back to India. They were all over his shit. His wife was getting it all over his shit. Why would they do that? Stop about it tomorrow. Morning, get him up. What did it say? I look at the facts and think for myself. Obama's documents have been analyzed. They were clearly doctored. You can see the video for yourself, Tim. Doctored documents don't mean he wasn't born here, though. And here's my point on it all. If Obama was born in another country, why didn't it come up until he ran for president? Why wasn't this mentioned when he was a senator, or he got his law license, or when he went to college? Why didn't this come up before any of that? It's kind of like the Hillary Clinton drinking baby's blood and shit. Or even some would suggest Trump being a racist. Why didn't any of this? When you run for president, people make shit up. If Obama had never ran for president, nobody would have been saying he was from Kenya. If he had just remained a senator from Illinois, nobody would have ever said that guy was from Kenya. It ain't got shit to do with him actually being from Kenya. It's that people didn't want him to be president, and they found something to otherize him with. That's all that is. Having a doctored birth certificate, if that is the case, okay, it's doctored. That don't mean he's born some fucking where else. It could be a host of reasons why his birth certificate is doctored. It could be a host of reasons. That doesn't mean maybe he lied about his age at one point. It ain't got nothing to do with it, the notion that he was born. Here's the point. If he's born in Kenya, you don't need to prove his birth certificate is doctored. You need to prove that he has one in Kenya. That would help your argument. You need to prove that there is records on file in Kenya suggesting he was born there. Kenya has a government. You can find, Kenya is available to be discussed with. That didn't happen. And by the way, Trump was on Bill O'Reilly back in those days on the O'Reilly factor, and he stated, I got, my detectives in Kenya. He said, I got detectives in Kenya. You'll be amazed at what they're finding. And then nothing ever came out of that. But he did say that on the O'Reilly factor once. You'll be amazed at what my people are finding in Kenya. Nothing ever came out of it, which is why he is now on screen talking about Obama was born in America. So it is what it is. Like I said, if they had actual proof, they would have presented it, because that means Obama was president fraudulently. Even if they could prove it now, it would hold weight. The minute he was no longer in the running to be president, he was no longer any threat to anybody. That shit went by the wayside. It's the same thing with lock Hillary Clinton up. The minute she was no longer in the running to be president, nobody gave a fuck about anything she did. Same thing with Hunter Biden. The minute he is no longer a threat via his father, nobody gives a fuck about any of that stuff. Because a lot of it is fabricated. Or if it's not fabricated, a lot of people don't really give a damn about it to begin with. Nobody cared about Hunter Biden using his dad's name to get paid. It was just something to use on him because he was running for president. If his dad was some senator or something, nobody would give a shit about that. All of them folks in Washington are using their parents' name to get paid. You don't think Don Jr. and Eric are making a fortune based on who their dad is? They're all doing that. They were just trying to use that to go after his dad. Once his dad is no longer a threat to be president, they could give a damn about Hunter Biden. That's just not, that's going nowhere. Obama divided the country with race baiting. Being the first black president, there's no way to do that without dividing the country. First black baseball player, first black general, first black mayor, first black anything's going to be divisive, because there's going to be a large contingent of people that don't want a black person in that. There's no way to be the first black person doing anything without it being divisive. That's just the nature of our nation. You're the first black person among a lot of people that don't want a black person in it. Obama said there was structural racism in the police. There's a lot of police forces that claim there's structural racism in police. It ain't just Obama. There's a lot of people. Go talk to particularly black cops. Go talk to black cops and ask them, is racism a real thing or just a farce among police departments? They'll tell you it exists. You don't need Obama to tell you. There are plenty of cops that'll tell you it exists. So Obama just echoed what the police themselves believe. Obama deported more people than Trump, over 2 million people. The kids in cages were his administration. And he didn't get any credit from the right for doing that. He didn't get any credit from the right for securing the border. Obama got no mention until Trump started getting chastised for doing the same thing. Then, okay, well, Obama was doing it too. You stated that Obama didn't do anything right for America at all. Trump said Obama was one of the worst presidents we ever had. All of a sudden, you get in trouble. Well, you know, I'm only doing the same thing the worst president was doing. Okay. Real quick in the comments, you guys are keeping it real tonight. I appreciate that. Yes, we know it does. Black people are the biggest racists in America. What is your definition of being racist, though? The black people, there are so many places you can go in America where you don't have any interaction with black people. So if black people are the biggest racists, they're pretty easy to fucking get away from. White racism is harder to escape from because it's more institutionalized. You know, this college won't let me in, or this bank won't give me a loan, or this cop won't leave me the fuck alone. You're dealing with black people that are racist. It's generally citizens. Like what happened in Cincinnati, for instance. That's the gist of most black. I'm not saying that blacks can't be racism. I totally agree that blacks can be racist. Anybody can be fucking racist. But I do strongly believe that if I'm ever going to be a victim of racism in America, I would much rather be a white person as a victim than black. Because like I stated, if you're a white victim of racism, chances are it's coming from citizens. You walked in the wrong bar and some black people are messing with you. You're walking down the street and they think you got money, some black people are messing with you. You're out at an event like in Cincinnati and you get in an argument, all of a sudden black people are ganging up on you. It's citizens. If you are a black victim of racism, it's systemic. It's not going to generally be white citizens. It's going to be individuals or systems in power. It's going to be corporations that may not give you a loan or may sell you a car higher or, you know, evaluate your home for more, you know, for less than it's actually worth. It's going to be systemic type shit. You know, you go in the store and people follow you around. It's going to be more stuff like that. It's not likely going to come by way of violence with the exception of law enforcement. Also, the difference is as a white victim of racism, if you're white and you're being victimized by racists, you generally can pick up the phone and dial 911 and the police will come and help you. If you are the black victim of racism and you dial 911, the phone may start ringing in the person's pocket that's beating your ass. It's a big difference there. So like I say, racism can be done by anybody, but I would much rather be a white victim of racism than a black person. Tim, you're pontificating. Are about to close down for the night. Yeah, we are about to do that shortly. No proof of systemic racism against blacks. In fact, blacks have more advantages in many cases. You can have them all, Corey. You can have them all. You can have all those advantages that you're talking about. I'll tell you just from my own personal example. Used to be a landlord in Chicago, had a few properties, about 20 tenants. Life was good. I didn't see any racism at all. I was making good money, driving nice, eating nice, vacationing nice. You know, number of properties, living good. All of a sudden, I get a letter in the mail. You got the option to be part of a class action suit. One of your buildings you purchased with a mortgage from Fifth Third, they deliberately gave you a higher interest rate because you're black. You're paying more for this property than you should solely because you're black. And we got hundreds of other people throughout the city that's doing the same thing. I didn't know that was even happening to me. So when you say there is no proof of systemic racism against blacks, oftentimes you don't know. You generally don't know oftentimes, but it's there. It's there. Many Caucasian people can be racist too. They hide it by saying we're not racist, but then they are hiding it. Yeah. It can come. Racism can come from anybody. Racism can come from anybody. But the notion that systemic racism doesn't exist, I'll give it to you in the simplest fashion. There is racism systemically in numbers. In other words, if the country was mostly black, there are going to be systemic racial advantages for black people or against white people because the numbers, we tend to like to do business. We tend to like to live next to. We tend to like to work with people that we can relate to, people like us. the country is overwhelmingly white. Very small black population compared to whites. Like 13% of the country is blacks. So when it comes to hiring and things like that, if you got two people that have equal credentials and you happen to be black, you're probably gonna hire the black person. If you happen to be white, you're probably gonna hire the white person. If they have equal credentials and you're white, chances are you're gonna hire the white. Like I said, we like doing business. We like being with, associating with, living next to people that we can relate to. And when you tend to pick subconsciously people that are like you in a country where it's overwhelmingly white, then it's going to be a lot easier for whites to find jobs, places to residence, all this, because it's going to be more people that are more comfortable dealing with you than it is in a country where only the population is only 13% black. And that's anywhere. Like I said, if the country was a majority black, it would be more privileges for black people in the country, because they're going to want to do business and live next to and, give loans to and things like that to people that look like them. So the idea that no systemic racism exists is crazy. It's just subconsciously because I would prefer to live next to a white person or do business with a white person, attend a church that's held by white. That's just how it is. That's just humanity. So the idea that no systemic racism exists is crazy. If you got a young girl that's in front of a judge or a young guy that's in front of a judge, if the judge is black, he's more likely to be sympathetic to a black suspect. If it's something minor, if it's a white judge, he's probably going to be more sympathetic towards a white person that's in front of him. Most judges in the country are white. So, the idea that no systemic racism exists makes no sense at all. I certainly do not buy that. Same thing when it comes to traffic stops or when it comes to police encounters. If you got a white cop dealing with a bunch of black people, he's probably going to be more hesitant, perhaps more trigger happy, more on edge than he would dealing with a bunch of white people. He's just more comfortable with them. Just like you would probably have a black cop that would be more comfortable with the black folks, perhaps, than the white people. If you got some black cop being given a patrol in rural Mississippi, rural Alabama, hanging around rednecks and shit like that, it's almost the same as when we normally put white cops in the hood. I'm not talking about putting a black cop in the middle of Beverly Hills somewhere where put him somewhere where there's white crime and shit like that. He's going to have citizens that are going to resist him the same way you see blacks resisting white cops. It would not. You put a whole bunch of black cops in rural Alabama somewhere, you would get a whole lot of resistance from the whites down there. You would get a whole lot, and that's why you get a lot of resistance from the blacks. They put a whole bunch of white people in hardcore black neighborhoods. Doesn't work as well. Get over your goddamn self, says Sky. I don't know what that means, but okay. Everything you're describing is stereotypical and discrimination. True. That's what I'm talking about. I worked in Mississippi and had a black guy yelling at me that I was hindering him. I said, I've been going out of my way to work around you, and how the fuck am I hindering you, motherfucker? You talk to him like that? He was yelling at you and you sure didn't respond with anything de-escalatory, did you? You kind of took it right to the same level. Damn. A kid gets knocked out by a black kid for street dancing. Sucker punch. We keep seeing it. Black fatigue. Like I said, to me, black fatigue has racial elements in it itself. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. I don't care how many priests you hear that abuse children. You don't have priest fatigue. I don't care how many cops you see treating people wrong. You don't have police fatigue. But you see a few black folks treating people wrong, you suddenly got black fatigue. I don't care how many movies you see featuring Martin Luther King where whites are treating blacks like shit. You don't get white fatigue. It's only with the black people. There's some racial overtones to that. No matter how much I show you bad behavior by these other groups, you don't get fatigued of them as well or as easy. but it doesn't take a lot to fatigue you from black folks. It's probably because there was already something there to begin with. There's a lot of videos of black people acting a fool online. Hence, people suggesting black fatigue. However, there's a lot of videos of cops doing people wrong as well. Do you have police fatigue? No, you're back to blue. You're actually back to blue. You're actually seeing all these videos and walking away saying, but 90% of cops are good. No, there's something already there. It ain't got nothing to do with black fatigue. It's something that's already there. The same way in regards to, there is very little evidence at all that you can find of members of the LGBTQ community abusing children. Yet you talk to the right and they make these folks sound like straight up predators. Yet the Catholic Church, there's tons of evidence. And they're criticizing the LGBTQ community and showing up at church on Sunday. Nothing to do with fatigue. You already had some kind of deep down issue with that community anyway. Nothing to do based on reality. You just don't like that community. Because if you really could get fatigued, you would not go to church. You would stay the fuck away from church. There's a lot of them that have done people wrong. And I'm not just talking about Catholics. I'm talking about Lutherans and Mormons and probably a lot of the churches you go to. You should have fatigue for them. You don't. You only got it for black people. Maybe for LGBT or Hispanic. Because there was already something there. It's already something there. I can show you white people doing bad shit all day long. You would never get white fatigue. Because you don't have that deep-rooted issue already. Trump fucks and sucks little children. Jesus. On Epstein Island, I'm sorry. It's getting late. Maybe I got to go to bed. I do. God, Jesus. I appreciate the 100,000. I've been up late with you folks, but if you do enjoy this type of dialogue where you can speak freely here, the host is not going to block, ban, or censor you because you got a difference of opinion. If you favor this, follow the program if you're watching on TikTok or Instagram. Give your boy a sub if you're watching on YouTube. I'm in the trenches every night. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'm taking my ass to bed. Y'all be good, be safe, and treat the black people with respect. Catch you tomorrow. God damn.